Western and Central. These championships will be taking place from the 1st of August to the 6th of August 2022 in Colombia, South America. So if you're joining us today, we're just informing you that it's going to be back-to-back days as we have these championships for today and tomorrow. 1st and 2nd of July is the second half of the year. Last week we had the World Championships and the Commonwealth qualifiers at Kasarani Stadium, and today we're privileged to be at the Nyayo National Stadium for these championships.
Chini ya miaka 20. Nakumbuka kesho tunatarajia timu ya Kenya kuweza kutajwa rasmi, timu ambayo inawakilisha nchi yetu katika mashindano ya ulimwengu chini ya miaka 20 ya riadha.
Looking at how well this race has been set up, this walking championship has been set up. I'm looking at the youngest being Julius Nzioki. He was 15 years of age, turning 16 on 13th of November 2022. Who's in the leading pack. Following this will be the triple jump men's final, and at the same time that will be happening will be the 400-meter hurdles men's final, women's final, followed by the men's hurdles, 400-meter hurdles men's final, then a 5,000-meter women's final. The walking race, the races have 21 laps to go, not forgetting that this is a 10,000-meter walk final. They have 25 laps round. Yes, had a glimpse of Rotich from Nation. At around 10:20 hours, we'll be having the shot put men final. Then where we have started the heats will be around 10:45, where we have the 100-meter women's heat 1. There's a heat 2. There is 3 heats for women, 3 heats for men, going into the 1500 meter semi-final. 1500 meters has 2 semi-finals for both men and women. Going to the long jump women's final, the javelin women final, then going into the 400 meter heat 1. So it's an action-packed day. We expect nothing but excellence from these youngsters, under-20 team selection to represent the country at the World Under-20 Championships, slated for August 1st, the 6th in Colombia, South America. Still on the 10,000 meter men's walk final. And what we're seeing, striking distance, as is used in Formula One, where they indicate that in the next 2 laps there'll be a striking distance. About where I'm looking at from the leading pack, that has Emeso and Wanyonyi, we expect in the next 1 lap, within the next 1 lap, we expect an overlap, the first overlap to happen. The officials are very keen to ensure that the leg movement, there is no advantage where someone initiates a jog instead of maintaining by the rules. And as I was indicating, the overlap has just taken place. And of the 5 contestants, three have 19 laps to go. The other 2 have 20 laps to go.
Kumaliza kuja hapa.
next 2 days, we'll be able to know who makes the Team Kenya to represent our beloved country, the World Championships Under-20 category in Cali, Colombia. First item is the 10,000 meter walk men's final, and from this one, till my colleague gives me clarity, I'm anticipating the same format that was used for the seniors, where the first two was an automatic qualifiers into the World Championships. So, if we wait, I'll wish to call my colleague. I am your host for today. Alongside my colleague, I am Willie Wex, and joining me for this set is Greg Mulemi. Greg.
Good morning to you. I hope all is well. Yes, we're here at the Nyayo National Stadium for day one of the World Under-20 trials. And we all know that Kenya is out to defend the title won last year here in Nairobi. Remember, also in Finland, we won the world title. So it's all about confirming who is going to go to Colombia to defend the title. And we have the likes of Wanyonyi in this 10,000 meters walk race. Remember, he won gold here in Nairobi last year, and he's here to seek for a place in that team that will be going to Cali, Colombia. It remains the same. The top two will automatically qualify to represent the country in the World Junior Championships, and we are just waiting to see who among. Like right now, you can see it's a split field, and that clearly shows you that, of course, the legs have started wearing out, and it's going to be a very, very interesting day.
Thank you, Greg, for just getting up to speed on what happened in the last two finals, where Kenya has made a very super impact, especially not forgetting that when we hosted it, we had to make the mark, and Harrison Wanyonyi was able to grab gold for the World Under-20. So going into this championships in Colombia, Greg, what are your expectations in terms of position? Do we maintain the top position, or are you anticipating an upset? Do you think there's any other country globally that is having us, it's going to give us some jitters?
Of course, you'll expect stiff competitions from the likes of United States of America, Britain, Australia, China. But then you look at the way we've been performing in the last two editions of this one. I think it's Kenya to beat. Yes, look at the medal haul last year in Nairobi, and then you look at what we did in Finland. It shows you that at this level, Kenya is unbeatable, and that means that they are out to defend. Remember, this group of athletes were in camp in April across 26 camps, and that means that the preparations that have been put in place to ensure that these young boys and girls are in shape and the team that will be picked is actually world class has already been mapped. You look at the way the preparations were. In April, these boys and girls were in camp. And that shows you that anyone who comes out of this place to represent the country is going to defend the title.
So for Greg, I'm grateful for the insights on how good this is. But is there something that goes off as they move from juniors into seniors position? Because that's where the medal haul, now we have variants where we have the likes of United States beating us onto that. Is there something that maybe at the federation level or as a follow-up, because these guys transition into college, they're those who will need to make the team, but what happens with them nurturing the talent beyond that? I know from my years when people moved into college, there wasn't as much athletic scholarships, but now there is more. Is that supposed to help to maintain this level going into the senior level?
I think long time ago it was all about picking these athletes from different regions and schools. But right now there's a system in place by Athletics Kenya where they have to pick these boys and girls, bring them together for a certain period of time, get enough coaching from very, 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 very qualified guys, the likes of Boniface Tiren and the likes. And this shows you that the level of commitment Athletics Kenya has put to ensure that that level of consistency is maintained is actually very visible, because you can see in April, 26 camps were opened, and these boys and girls picked from different parts of the country were brought together, had some training, and they were prepared actually for this, knowing that Kenya is the world champion in the under-20 athletics. It means that they have to ensure that everything that is put in place does not lower the standards, but actually even better, whatever has been there. Remember, we had the likes of Harrison Wanyonyi winning the 10,000 meters walk race. We had the likes of Purity Chepkirui. We have the likes of Emmanuel Wanyonyi, whom last weekend we saw what he did at Kasarani, and whatever he's been doing across the Diamond League. Mary Mora, last night in Stockholm, she won her race. These are some of the names that have graduated from this level, from junior level, and that shows you that Athletics Kenya knows exactly where to press to get the best out of these athletes.
That's very good. As we look into the track, and you can see Emmanuel Harrison Wanyonyi just going into where they'll be having 14 more laps to go. 14 more laps to go. And next up, immediately after those 14 laps exhausted, we have the triple jump men final. And I had some feedback to share also with Greg on notable names and notable ages also to note in this junior world under-20 qualifiers. I was looking at Julius Nzioki, who's just 15 years of age, and for me, that was very impressive, coming to fight for a position against 3-4-year-olds, but like being a teenager, going against fellow teenagers who are like about to just go into adulthood. For me, it's a big thing for me.
Definitely look at these young boys and girls. Most of them are in their teenage, and some of them are already world beaters. Looking at the likes of Purity Chepkirui, the world under-20 1500 meters champion. She's still in Form 3, and she's 17. And that shows you that these are girls and boys who have at least a bright future ahead of them. So for a 15-year-old to come here and compete at the highest level and maybe get a chance to represent the country, then it just shows you that for the next 10 years or something, we are safe.
I'm looking at the schedule that commences with the World Championships. World Championships happens, then the Commonwealth Games. Immediately after the Commonwealth Games is when we have the World Under-20. Just a query, is there someone who's participating in all these three events? I know people who are doubling up on the World Championships and Commonwealth, but I'm just wondering, is there someone, like I'm looking at the likes of Emmanuel Wanyonyi, are they doing a double? Or even Harrison Wanyonyi in the walk race, is he going also for the World Championship or the Commonwealth? Or was the World Championship, that one was close? Is there anyone doing a double on Commonwealth and this one? From the qualifiers last week, do you have anyone who's under 20 who made the team and is also here today? We may not know whether they're here today. Maybe we may look at the start list, but is there someone who you're looking at doing for a double, a Commonwealth and an under-20 title?
Of course, there are some athletes who will want to do a double. We talked about the likes of Wanyonyi. We have the likes of Purity Chepkirui. We have the likes of Noah Kibet. These are some of the athletes whom we've seen them excel at junior level, and of course, they've gotten chances to represent the country at the senior level. And something funny, athletics does not have, I don't know, the age bracket or limitation. So long as you get the qualification time and you're selected, you're expected to compete at the highest level. And some of these names that we are talking about here have already brushed shoulders with the best in the world. Be it locally, we saw some of them participating in the Kip Keino Classic a couple of months ago. And right now they want also to represent the country in this one. And this shows you that we have to make sure that all these athletes are, of course, nurtured well, to have this thing at least come back home for the third time.
Fantastic, fantastic insights right there coming from Greg Mulemi. who will be with us for the next, for these 2 days of these qualifiers. Harrison Wanyonyi has opened up a very wide gap. With 12 laps to go, he's already more than 100 meters ahead of his nearest competitor. Very good push there by Harrison. Fantastic walk. The officials are there to ensure that everything is done as per the rule book that has been set up by the IAAF. For those watching us, if you're at home, if you're in Nairobi, and you have some spare time, kindly join us at the Nyayo National Stadium. If you're watching us from across the world, you're not able to catch a flight, land at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport and join us, kindly share with us where you're watching us from. Tell us just in the comment section, just tell us, I'm watching you from Mexico, I'm watching you from South Africa, watching you from Dubai. We'll gladly appreciate just to know, and we'll be reaching out to some of those who will send in a comment, a query, just to keep us engaged throughout this day. The schedule here runs from 0900 hours till around 15:30 hours is when we'll be looking at a completion time. So wherever you are, if you're able to join us, we'll gladly appreciate. If you're not, if you can tell us where you're watching us from on the comment section, we'll be really glad to know where you're watching us from. Looking into the track, and Harrison Wanyonyi, who's the defending world Under-20 champion, is pushing hard. Very good flow in his strides as he has 11 laps to completion of this. Greg, I'm looking at there's the American Arlington, who was racing against Noah Lyles and Fred Kelly. Boys in high school. He's a high school sensation. He had run a 19.4 and created a lot of jitters across the world because he's moving half a second faster than Usain Bolt was at his age. This just showcasing that he'll be representing America in the 200 meters finals at Oregon. I'm just using that as a sampling situation where I'm looking at the likes of Harrison Wanyonyi and even Emmanuel Wanyonyi. Not forgetting Mary Mora. I'm grateful on the opportunities that all federations across the world are using, because in certain instances, that high school boy, the 17-year-old boy, Elling, will not have been allowed to be in the senior team because of his age bracket.
There's something that is happening in the US, and I think we all need to keep an eye on very keenly. But then you look at this boy. We are all talking about being faster than Usain Bolt. But I'm looking at how this boy will perform in Oregon. If at all he can maintain that level of consistency, then we are looking forward to something that is really, really, really great, because we're still talking about 9.58 in 100 meters. Yeah? It's not really easy, and maybe in the near future we'll see the gap being bridged, but then it all begins with these levels where you find that these young boys and girls excel at the junior level, and then they maintain that, because maintaining has always been a problem, whereby you shine in at the juniors, but then when it comes to the senior level, something just happens, maybe lack of interest, or when you're not properly nurtured and brought up to ensure that you maintain that level of discipline. And I think it's been a problem. And you look at that, those are some of the things Athletics Kenya has come up and said, no, we are going to maintain these young boys and girls. We are going to make sure that whatever they do at the junior level, those who excel, we'll keep an eye on them. We'll make sure that every progress is documented, and even having them live on this social media platform is one way of ensuring that the progress is well monitored, and that's why Athletics Kenya TV is here. And to be honest, who will want to see someone like Wanyonyi perform well today and then 4 years down the line, he's nowhere in the picture. People will be asking questions. We watched this boy at Nyayo National Stadium breaking all these records as we can, yes, at the juniors. But then he just vanished. So I think with the likes of Barnaba Korir in the picture, they are all trying to ensure that nothing of that sort happens. All these things, we'll see Wanyonyi today, tomorrow, next year, even 3 years from now. Yes.
You're looking at it as a sort of accountability, quote unquote, to the respective masses, where not to pressure but to always engage and view and query, such that what we're looking at is instances like for Ariston Wanyonyi, we will query the federation in case next year we're not seeing his participation in a meet or in a championship. But also with his team is how well they nurture that talent, how well they keep that boy in shape, how they keep him as he transitions from junior to senior level. If you look at his stride, he's already at international level strides because he's already a gold medalist at junior level. How well does he transition this into senior level? So it's something very commendable to look at, and that'll be great to look at. Greg, we're in Nairobi. How's the weather for the guys who are watching? For the guys who, I've seen someone telling us they're watching from Nanyuki, like if I'm looking at East Timor, I'm looking at Pauline Muhonja from the US. Would you tell them what the weather is like here in Nairobi?
It's very conducive for sleeping, by the way. It's very cold down here.
If you can pull a duvet, kindly just pull it. Eh?
Yeah, but then if you want to enjoy some good action in athletics, welcome to Nairobi. Nyayo National Stadium is the venue for today's World Under-20 trials happening here. This is day one. By the way, welcome aboard. It's very chilly in Nairobi, and that does not deter these athletes from showing what they are capable of doing. As you can see, Ariston Wanyonyi, they are leading way ahead of the rest of the pack. We have the likes of Stephen Dakili from Nairobi, Bernard Emeso, Kelvin Kaburia, Joseph Sila, and Julius Nzioki. All of them seeking for that slot to represent the country in the World Under-20 Championships to be held in Cali, Colombia. But then you can see the expressway, guys are moving. A lot of athletes have also come to cheer their juniors also. So it's a very good day for athletics in Nairobi, and let's expect more of this. But I've been told a couple of guys have come on board to ensure that this event is a success, and ABSA is one of the sponsors for this event. You can see the banners around and everything else. Remember, this event is sponsored by ABSA, one of the leading banks in the country, and we are live from Nairobi.
I'll do is just to pick up a couple of people who have seen telling us Cheriot Ben is watching from county number 32. El Kanakibet watching us from E10, the home of champions. Douglas Raro confirming there that Ariston Wanyonyi is really flying. Not forgetting To Wilson Kiprono, who's watching us live from the Kahawa barracks, right on the off the thicker superhighway. Here we have the expressway right across, and you can be able to see cars that are evading the traffic jam that is right beneath them. Greg, have you used this one, or are you one of those ones who prefer the two-wheelers, and those ones we know they're not been permitted to go onto the expressway?
Definitely I do use the expressway. It's a very nice experience, by the way. Saves time, it's faster, and of course if you want to reach your destination on time, then you're going to try it out. These are some of the things we are talking about, especially when the country is bidding to host the World Athletics Championships in 2025. The infrastructure, the good facilities at the Nyayo, Kasarani stadiums, some of the things that will show the world that we are really able to have a very successful event. Remember, in 2017 we hosted the World Juniors, that is the World Under-18, the last of its kind, and then in 2021, that is last year, we hosted the World Under-20 Athletics Championships right here in Nairobi. So the country is bidding to host the 2025 Worldies, and with the infrastructure. If you've used the expressway, you know what I'm talking about. The Kasarani Stadium is also in very, very good shape, especially after the refurbishment. It's a very good, and it can be used for the warm-up. Remember, it hosted the first Kip Keino Classic. Kasarani Stadium, another very, very good facility. It's the one that is officially the stadium to look forward to when you want to have all these events taking place in one.
They said Kasarani Stadium is a stadium of championships and breaking records. That's where Omanyala set up the national record. That was it last year during the Kip Keino Classic. So as we're here and enjoying as we're proceeding with this day, we have six more laps to go, with Harrison Wanyonyi taking the lead, and as it stands, he's close to 200 meters ahead of his nearest competitor. As you're looking, Greg, into Kenya's bid into the World Championships for 2025 to be hosted here in Nairobi, we're not blind to some of the other major sports events that have taken place in this city. We have the Bathurst Cup that took place here in Nyayo Stadium 2 months ago. We have the Nairobi being the host for, even if the events happened at RFU, we had the Currie Cup Division 1 fixtures, which took place at the Rugby Football Union of East Africa, where we had the Kenya Simbas taking on both the Elephants and the Leopards here in Nairobi. Nairobi is a very welcoming city, and we're glad that athletes and all sports people plus the population can be able to enjoy this wonderful city. For those joining us, the one and only Harrison Wanyonyi is leading in the 10,000 meter men's walk, and as of now he's close to 200 meters ahead of his nearest compatriot. Greg, from the senior athletes, who are you anticipating to see here today? From the senior team, who are you anticipating to see here today, just to come and cheer up on their juniors, and also just being a place where you get to interact and see how you are as a junior?
Expect a couple of big names, especially those who didn't attend the Stockholm Diamond League last night. I know most of them will be here because most of them also train here, and it's closer home. A couple of times I've met the likes of Conseslus Kipruto, Benjamin Keegan do their training here in the evenings, and I expect to see most of them here because you can see even the attendance is fairly good, yeah? Despite the weather challenges. Everyone is here. They want to watch these stars because, personally, I like watching the juniors because I know these are people who give me joy to maybe have an interview or two, because we know the World Athletics Championships are scheduled for next month in Oregon. Thereafter, there is the Commonwealth Games that will also be taking place, and that is Harrison Wanyonyi lapping his Tanzanian opponent, and that shows you that this boy is in the form of his life. And remember, a ticket to the World Under-20 Championships. Remember, he wants to defend that. The 18-year-old wants to defend the 10,000 meters race walk gold that he won last year here in Nairobi.
Thank you very much, Greg, for getting us to speed as we watch Harrison Wanyonyi take us through the last 4 laps. As we had stated, kindly, if you're joining us from whichever part of the world to experience these trials for the World Under-20 Championships qualifiers, kindly just inform us on where you're watching us from. Engage us here on Athletics Kenya TV. We'll be able to know where you're watching us from. You can drop a comment. You can pass regards to someone. I've just seen Chemutai Peruth watching from Uganda. Slima Senali unasema tuongeze volume, and right onto it. So as we proceed with this one, I believe, Greg, they must have been mentioning your low volume. I believe I am on some different level. Peru Chemutai, don't forget, is a steeplechase runner who is watching us from Uganda. And
He's the reigning Olympic champion. Watching all the way. So you can see the interest that is here. Peru Chemutai, welcome aboard. This is the Kenya World Under-20 Trials. And I hope in Uganda, you guys are also doing the same.
Challenge right there to the Uganda Athletics Federation through Peru. Glad that you've joined us and you're enjoying these ones while you're from looking at Lukeyo Carlos, watching all the way live from the UK. So those who are joining us, just to inform you that Harry Stone Wanyonyi has 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go. And this first event, the 10,000 meter walk men's final, which will be followed right after by the triple jump men final, which will be happening side by side with the 400 meter hurdles women final. Then directly, immediately after, we'll have the 400 meter hurdles men's final. Greg, I wish to also recognize the nurturing that has been done to the one and only Harry Stone Wanyonyi, considering for him to get to start with the walking race, how he was identified, how he has been trained to get to this world level stage. And you can see his poise. You remember at the training where people had asked questions about how well do we monitor people who are into the walking race, and we had variants of feedback from everyone, but like glad just to see that Harrison Wanyonyi is well trained and also encouraging to other young people, I'm guessing from his school and even schools from his region. Not forgetting that he is representing Nairobi.
Harrison Wanyonyi, remember, he's the world champion in the walk race. And of course, the under-20. But then, yeah. Yeah, but just to give you a few pointers that very, very important. Athletics Kenya President Jackson Tuwei says that, the first 2 athletes to cross the finishing line will automatically earn a place into the World Championships. Looking at across some of the things that will happen, we've talked about the Wanyonyi. Remember, there are 2 Wanyonyis here. There's Emmanuel Wanyonyi, yes, and then but he also doubles up as a 400 meter runner. Yes, at junior level. And he say when I talked to him last week, he said that he miscalculated just a little bit. Remember, he finished second in the 800 meters behind Emmanuel Korir. Yeah, he says that he miscalculated and he wants to make amends in this event. Let's wait and see what happens there. But you've talked about a couple of names that we'll be looking forward to. Remember, Purity Chepkirui, a very, very, very brilliant young lady who's also coming in very strongly. There's no Kibet, 800 meters. Remember, this young man has had a very good 2021, and we hope that that translates to this year. He's had a little bit of some. Yes, and back on track, Harrison Wanyonyi there, going to the bell, showing he is the king of the 10,000 meters walk race, and you can see he's very, very confident heading into the last lap of this one. And remember that is the world under-20 champion in the walk race. Won that here in Nairobi in 2021 when Kenya hosted the event in Kasarani, and he's already confirmed that he is getting that ticket to the Worldies.
As you look into Harrison Wanyonyi with like 300 meters to go, still a very good stride, very well trained, very well poised. He's been good the last 3 years or so, considering he's the defending world champion at the under-20 walk race level. I'm expecting this young man to move it to the senior level to go pro in the next year, considering I'm not looking at him defending his championships more than twice. That will be very unfair to the rest. I'll wish that he takes his skill against the seniors, considering he's already excelling at the junior level. At the 100-meter mark, here we have him, Harrison Wanyonyi. I'm impressed by the way this young man has been performing, and he's getting a round of applause as he's going 50 meters to go. 50 meters to go. Very good run, very good walk, very good walk. I forget, very good walk, and there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Harrison Wanyonyi finishes the first championship qualifiers. The 10,000 meter men final will be awaiting the official time for this walk. Greg, that was a great walk by Harrison.
Dominance, to say the least. Harrison Wanyonyi, the world champion, the world junior champion, showing his class. He's just torn the field apart, and you can see it's like he hasn't broken a sweat in this one. And these are some of the athletes we are saying we'll be looking forward to in the coming in the coming years, to see what they are capable of doing. And remember, after this we have the 400 meters hurdle, the women's semi-final. We will also have the 400 meters men hurdles. Yes, we'll be looking towards that. And afterwards, there's the 5,000 meters women final. We'll be looking at the likes of Deborah Chemutai, Faith Jepchumba, and Maureen Jepkosgei, some of the athletes who have really excelled in their regions. There will be the likes of Pamela Kosgei, Grace Lobiach, Jen Gatti, the Form 3 student at Chepanon Secondary, Maureen Cherotich, Mercy Chepkemoi, Triza Cherotich, Miriam Koech, Sarah Boyo, Rose Wangari, and Yvonne Chepchumba, some of the names to watch out and look out to in the 5,000 meters that will be coming straight after the hurdles.
Thank you very much, Greg, as we look at the other athletes who are participating in the walk come to clear off on their respective races. I'm looking at a scenario where I'm looking at only 2 athletes have completed in the 10,000 meter walk men's final.
You see, Wanyonyi completed his race over 2 minutes ago. The rest of the field is still trying to play catch-up. That is the kind of quality we are talking about here. And remember, this is just the first race of the day. And there goes the third athlete to finish this one. The Tanzanian. Very, very tough indeed. You also look at the altitude in Nairobi. If you're not used to this kind of weather conditions, then it becomes really, really tough for you. And you can see most of these athletes who've just completed the 10,000, who are competing, some of them are still in the 10,000 meters walk race, are really feeling the heat despite there being no sun today.
Acclimatization is the word. Acclimatization. If you're going to a foreign city, a foreign town, a foreign country, kindly get your prep done well. Get your prep done well. Arrive in that particular region early. Get to acclimatize to the weather in that place, because that becomes the difference. If you're going against someone who's accustomed to that weather, they're going to beat you to it. The South Africans, the Leopards and the Elephants, who were beaten by the Kenya Simbas a month ago in Nairobi, had some very funny excuses. They used the weather as one of them, yet they landed in Kenya 5 days before the championship. That was well enough time for them to figure out and to get everything going. but unfortunately for them, they just met a very strong Kenya Simba side. As we're here for athletics, just on some sporting news, let's not forget that the Kenya Simbas get to participate in the Africa qualifiers of the World Rugby, taking place tomorrow, 4 p.m. against our noisy neighbors, Uganda. That's the best we could give for them. So, Greg.
Yeah, we all the best to the Simbas. But remember also, last night we also had a very big bout featuring Kenya's Rayton Okwiri against Kalombo of the DRC. Unfortunately, Okwiri retired after the sixth round. At least the Kenyan flag is still flying high in athletics here in Nairobi. Remember, we are the world junior athletics champions, and we are here today for the trials happening here at the Nyayo National Stadium on this cold, chilly morning in Nairobi. Remember, underway is the 10,000 meters walk race already won by Harrison Wanyonyi, the world junior champion. And afterwards, we have the 400 meters hurdles that will be taking place in a bit. Remember, this event is sponsored to you by APSA.
I'm just informing my producer that for the sake of our throats and the sake of our stamina, he needs to ensure that we are well sorted for this entire day. Stanley Wagut, very good production, Athletics TV.
There you go, finishing the 10,000 meters walk race. Remember, the 400 meters women hurdles comes after this very, very, very tough conditions here in Nairobi for the juniors. Just to confirm, the 400 meters men hurdles, rather. That's the next event, the 400 meters men hurdles. We also scheduled to have the women hurdles. Remember, we are live from the Nyayo National Stadium on day one of the World Under-20 trials. Remember, Kenya is out to do a hat-trick, having won in Finland and in Nairobi last year. Kali Colombia, Kenya calls in a few weeks' time, and it all starts here with the trials happening at the Nyayo National Stadium. Remember, my name is Greg Mulemi, and I'm with Willie Wex, and we're bringing you all this action live from Nairobi. Follow us on Athletics Kenya TV on YouTube and Facebook. It's the 400 meters men final. Let's wait and see who's gonna complete the hurdles and cross. Remember, we have the likes of Geoffrey Babu, we have Geoffrey Rono, Richard Zioka, Peter Kithome, Duncan Kangere, Daniel Saitoti, Victor Kiplimo, and Aloysius Kipngetich for the 400 meters men final.
officials wote kutoka Embu, pokea salamu za Muji Jeru. Mwasalimia nyote na anawaambia mbarikiwe. Leo ni tarehe mosi mwezi wa 7, siku ya kwanza ya mwezi wa 7 bila shaka.
Thank you very much. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, 4 kilometers for the Under-20. That's the next event on the track for the men. Followed closely by the ladies' straight finals of the women's 400 meters. So once again, finals of the men's 400 meters hurdles.
Nikuchukulia from the front ama?
We are starting off with the 400-meter men's hurdles final. On the lineup, we have Geoffrey Babu, Geoffrey Rono, Richard Nzioka, Peter Kidhome, Duncan Kengere, Daniel Saitoti, Victor Kiplimo, and Aloysius Kipngetich. And here we go. So the starting blocks, everyone to set up the blocks. Considering this is juniors, this is the time where you get the best timings. All the officials set. Very good start right there. I'm watching out for Geoffrey Rono right there. Very good run. Geoffrey Babu, Geoffrey Rono. But not forgetting Aloysius Kipngetich. Very good push, very good push. Very good push. Oh, Aloysius stumbled by Aloysius Kipngetich. And now it's all about Kidhome and Kengere. And very good run as you look at the two of them. Who has a last breath? Final run there. If I'm not wrong, that's Peter Kidhome. A very good run there, 52.69 for World Under-20. That's a very good time, Greg.
That is very impressive from lane number 4. That is Peter Kithome of Southern, born in 2003, winning that one, and of course confirming that he's in that plane to Cali, Colombia. 52.69 is the time posted. We'll be waiting for the official confirmation, of course, but then that is the 400 meters hurdles. Peter Kithome of Southern beating Joker. And it was unfortunate from Aloysius in lane number 8, just fell down on the last hurdle, and of course finishing the race in 7th place. But then winning that one, Peter Kithome of Southern, the man born on 12th of March in 2003, with Richard Nzioka of Nairobi finishing 2nd in that one. That is the 400 meters hurdles, and we prepared for the women's race, and of course the qualification time is 1 minute 10 seconds for this one. And we have in lane number 1 Martha Chelimo of North Rift, born on 18th of September 2005. In lane number 2 we have Faith Cherotich, born in 2003. Remember, she's representing South Rift. Elizabeth Wairimu in lane number 3 from Central. Watch out for Mokaya Valentine, born on April 4th, 2003. Remember, she's representing Nyanza South. That is Mokaya Valentine in lane number 4. Teresa Cherotich, South Rift, in lane number 5. And Rahab. Okay, Rahab is missing. She was supposed to be in lane number 6. So we have 5 participants in this one. Rahab Bade Wanjiru is from Central, just to confirm if she's in this one. But then 6 entrants in this one. The 400 meters hurdles for the ladies. The 5, of course. Actually, Rahab is in this one. Rahab, so there'll be 6. In lane number 1, we'll have Martha Chelimo, Faith Cherotich in lane number 2, Elizabeth Wairimu of Central in lane number 3. In lane number 4, we have Mokaya. In lane number 5, we have Teresa Cherotich. And in lane number 6, Rahab Wanjiru. So missing out is Elizabeth Wairimu of Central in lane number 3. So these athletes, 2 slots to the Worldies in Cali, Colombia. Remember, the qualification time for this one is 1 minute 10 seconds. We've already seen what Peter Kithome is capable of doing, qualifying in a time of 52.69 to win the 400 meters men hurdles, and is well within the world qualification time of 53 seconds. So we're getting ready for the 400 meters hurdles for the women. There you go, getting ready for that. The 400 meters women hurdles. Yeah, quite a few technicalities detected, especially in lane number 2, where Faith Cherotich of South Rift had a problem. Actually has a problem with the blocks. Let's see if that's sorted. Think she's okay now, and we are ready for this one. Remember, these are the trials for the World Under-20 Championships to be held in Cali, Colombia, and the 400 meters women hurdles begins right now, and you can see straight on in lane number 7, Teresa Cherotich, really strong there. You can see also Mokaya Valentine of South Rift, Nyanza South, really strong there in lane number 4. Quite slow there, heading into the last 200 meters. Teresa Wanjiru of Central also coming in very strongly from the outside. That is lane number 8. Rahab Wanjiru of Central still in the lead, heading into the last 2 hurdles. Teresa still leading all the way, and she's very comfortable in the lead, heading into the last hurdle. That is Rahab Wanjiru. She should be winning this one. We'll be looking at the time. 1 minute 3.49. Of course, it's well within the qualification time. Mokaya Valentine finishing second in that one. But the winner of the 400 meters hurdle women is Rahab Wanjiru of Central, winning that one in a time of 1 minute 3.49. Remember, the qualification time for this one was 1 minute 10 seconds. So Rahab Wanjiru well within that qualification time, and this means that she will be selected to represent the country in the 400 meters women hurdles in Cali, Colombia. Remember, we have the 5,000 meters women final coming straight after this. We have the likes of Deborah Chemutai, have the likes of Jane Gatti. 14 athletes expected to try out in this one. The qualification time of 16 minutes 40 seconds. Watch out for Sharon Damu, champion in the South Rift Championships in 2021. Deborah Chimutai, a pace setter during the Keep Keino Classic. So this is a rich field of events. Those are the athletes getting ready for the 5,000 meters women final. It's all happening here at the Nyayo National Stadium. There's confirmation that Rahab Wanjiru has qualified for the World Under-20 Championships after winning the 400 meters women hurdles. But on your screens are athletes getting ready for the 5,000 meters women final. The athletes getting the final instructions before the start of this one. Afterwards, we'll have the 100 meters women, men, and of course the 1500 meters semi-final. Some of the athletes to watch out to in the 5,000 meters are the likes of Deborah Chemutai, a Form 3 student at Cheptonan Secondary. She also doubles as a 3,000 meters runner, and of course, if you remember, she was a pace setter during the Kip Keino Classic held here in Nairobi in May. And there you go, the start of the 5,000 meters women final. 14 athletes each trying to beat the qualification time, a standard time of 16 minutes 40 seconds. Very, very chilly here in Nairobi. But then these girls know that it's a chance for them to shine and probably represent the country in Colombia. Remember, around 415 athletes expected here from 14 regions across the country. And some of these athletes were taken to camps across 26 centers in April just to prepare for this event. And remember, Kenya topped the medal standings in Finland in 2018, winning 6 gold, 4 silver, and a bronze. And last year in Nairobi, They bettered that by winning 8 gold, 1 silver, and 1 bronze to top the charts. So this team that comes out of this place should be a very, very strong team. And with the likes of Deborah Chemutai in the mix, you expect this to be a very, very strong field. And of course, we're looking forward to having one of the best teams ever selected to represent the country in the World Under-20 Championships. Quite slow, but then you can feel these athletes are really into this after the second lap. We'll also be giving you results from the events that just happened before this one. We're looking at Silas Chege watching all the way from Dubai. There's Benjamin Kiprop watching all the way from Mogadishu. Still leading the way there is Deborah Chemutai and Sharon Danu. Yeah, Martin keeps watching all the way from Doha, Qatar. Richard Kebet, also in Qatar. Matthew Kisa from Nyahururu. He wants the event chronology. We'll be giving you that in a bit. Henry Kruger. He says, each bin Dabe. Festus Cheruiyot is watching from Kibabii University in Bungoma County. And be looking forward to most of this. So some of the events that will be taking place today. After the 5,000 meters women final, we have the shot put men final, the high jump women final, the 100 meters women semi-final, 100 meters men semis, the 1500 meters women semis, the 1500 meters men semi-final, the long jump, the javelin. At around 11:45 a.m. we have the javelin women final. At around midday we have the 400 meters women semis, the 400 meters men semis, the 3000 meters men semis, the discus men final. At around 12:55 we have the 200 meters women semis. At 1:10 p.m. we have the 200 meters men semis. Then we'll have the 3000 meters women semi-final, the 800 meters women semis, the men 800 meters semis, and closing the day will be the 3000 meters steeplechase, the men semi-finals. So those are some of the events that will be coming up in these trials for the World Under-20 Championships. Remember, we are live from the Nyayo National Stadium, bringing you all this action. Tell us where you're watching from, if you're enjoying these great pictures. Brian Bett is watching live from Doha, Qatar. Draxler Jr., Kip Koech Barnaba, Nick Bean Chumbason watching all the way from Malindi. So Mary Mora is watching all the way from Stockholm. Remember, she won the 800 meters last night in Stockholm. Quite a commanding performance from the youngster.
Yes. Remember, Tom, where you are now, you are in a good view of these athletes. So tell spectators here who is leading and from which region the athlete comes from. Thank you.
The world junior champion Mary Mora watching all the way from Stockholm. Blazed to victory in the 800 meters at the Stockholm Diamond League last night. She crossed the finishing line in a time of 1 minute, 57.68 seconds, which is close to her personal best, by the way. Olympic silver medalist Carly Hodgson finished second, and she could not match the Kenyan Queen Mora, who is watching this big piece of action live from Nairobi. On your screen is the 5,000 meters women final, and you can see the gaps emerging at the moment as we speak. It's now down to a pack of 3 in this one. 5 laps to go in this one. Maureen of South Rift, representing South Rift in the lead.
As they cross the 200-meter mark, it just informs you that it's 3.5 laps to go. 3.5 laps to go. Leading pack that has Maureen Cherotich, Pamela Koskei, and Deborah Chemutai. This is the 5,000 meter final for women. As my colleague Greg confirmed from AK, the first to get an automatic qualifiers to represent Kenya in Cali, Colombia, from the 1st to the 6th of August. The World Under-20 Championships. 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go.
Deborah Chemutai, Pamela Kosgei, and Maureen Cherotich in the leading pack with 3 laps to go in this on the 5,000 meters women final. And you can see how strong these athletes are. Very, very strong, heading into the last 2.5 laps of this one. Deborah Chemutai, a Form 3 student at Cheptonon Secondary. She also runs in the 3,000 meters. Will she upset Pamela Kosgei or Maureen Cherotich in this one? Maureen still leading there. Pamela Kosgei in the picture, and Deborah Chemutai. These will be very, very competitive heading into the last 2 laps of the 5,000 meters women final. Two laps to go in this one. And it's Deborah and Pamela. It's Pamela Kosgei and Maureen Cherotich leading the way there. Deborah fallen back into 3rd place in the 5,000 meters, and we're headed into the last 600 meters of this one. Maureen Cherotich leading, Pamela Kosgei in 2nd place, and Deborah in 3rd. Maureen of South Rift, born on 31st December 2004. She's on course to winning this one, but then she's facing steep opposition from Pamela Kosgei into the last lap. Heading into the bell. Leading is Maureen Cherotich. In 2nd place is Pamela Kosgei, and way back in 3rd is Deborah Chemutai of Central Rift. But it's down to Maureen and Pamela. Maureen stretching her lead, heading into the last 300 meters of this one. That is Maureen Cherotich commanding. She doesn't look tired. She's very, very strong heading into the last 200 meters. Pamela Kosgei seems to have resigned into 2nd place, but then look at this lady from South Rift, born on the last day of the year in 2004. That is Maureen Cherotich of South Rift. She will be winning this one comfortably, with Pamela Kosgei of North Rift, of course, settling for 2nd. Deborah coming into 3rd. There you go. That is Maureen Cherotich, really, really strong, heading into, and she'll be winning this one in a time of 15 minutes, 41.27 seconds. That is Maureen Cherotich, the new national under-20 champion, winning that one. And that is Pamela finishing 2nd. And they are coming to cross the line is Deborah. So Maureen winning that one, Pamela coming in 2nd place, and Deborah coming in 3rd. Muga Kimani watching from the Thompson Falls in Nyahururu. So is Hamze Med. Mary Mora was rooting for Gatti, but unfortunately it is Maureen who's won this one. And remember to follow all the proceedings live on Athletics Kenya Facebook page, Barnaba Korir official page, and on YouTube it's Athletics Kenya TV. We bring you all this and more. Remember, after this we have the shot put men final. We have the 100 hits for the women. Shot put already underway, so we'll be looking at who will make it to the final in the 100 meters. We have 3 hits. In the 100 meters women, we have hit number 1 where we have Jacqueline Mikayo of Southern, Wilfrida Koech of Nairobi, Sheila Makungu of North Rift, Sharon Mora of Nyanza South, Purity Ntinyari of Eastern, Christian Kalume of Coast, Rebecca Juma of Western, and Carlton Sambu of Central. We'll be confirming the lineup in a bit, but that's the first hit of the women 100 meters. Getting ready for the 100 meters women semi-final. We have 3 hits. The qualification standard set time is 11 seconds. Who will be the next? Maximilia Emali, Eunice Kadogo, and the likes. Linda Kagea, very good sprinters also, who've already set the standards, and now it's upon the juniors to ensure that they at least better or equal whatever the other ladies have done in the past. Remember, this is the World Under-20 trials, the Kenyan version happening here at the Nyayo National Stadium in Nairobi. Remember, Kenya will be out to defend the junior title, having won in 2018, where we had the likes of Edward Zakayo emerging. And in 2021 in Nairobi, we had the likes of Mary Mora, Emmanuel Wanyonyi ruling the airwaves, winning 8 gold, 1 silver, and a bronze. In Finland, we had a total of 6 gold, 4 silver, and a bronze. So, will Kenya be going for a hat-trick of titles? Let's wait and see. After this 2-day event, then we'll have the complete list of who will be representing the country in Cali, Colombia. And we are ready for the 100 meters women heat number 1. Remember, there are 3 heats. So in this one, we have Jacqueline Mikayo, we have Wilfrida Chepkoech, Sheila Makungu, Sharon Mora, Purity Tinyari, Christian Kalume, Rebecca Juma, and Kalta Nasambu of Central. Those are the athletes preparing for the start of the 100 meters heat number 1. That is Wilfrida Chepkoech warming up in lane number 2. Wilfrida Chepkoech of Nairobi on your screens.
Women 100 meters heat 1.
Getting the last instructions from the officials. It's very, very chilly here in Nairobi, so in lane number 1 is Jacqueline Mikayo, Wilfrida Chepkoech of Nairobi. That is Sheila Makungu of North Rift in lane number 3. Lane number 4 in bib number 49 is Sharon Mura of Nyanza South. Looks really confident there, Sharon.
Tatu ni Sheila Makungu wa North Rift. Lini ya 4 ni Sharon Mura wa Nyanza South. Lini ya 6 ni Christine Kalume Coast. Lini ya 7 ni Mary Sophia Western. Na lini ya 8 ni Kalta Masambu akiwakilisha Central.
100 meters for women. Basi wananchi, makofi kabisa kwa warembo kabisa, makofi, makofi. 100 meters. So that was the first hit of
Greg, that was a good finish by Sharon Mora. She just was able to pit Wilfrida Chepkoech just at the line. That was a complete photo finish.
A complete photo finish, and you can see the quality in these young ladies, and maybe she'll be looking at the time, Jacqueline Mikayo, and saying that I can't do 11 seconds in this one, but that's not bad for a start in your screens there. That is Sheila Makungu, who also took part in this one. We'll be waiting for the official timings for this one, but that is the first hit of the women 100 meters. We are on to the second one, where we have the likes of Asla Kirubo, Maureen Jebet, Elizabeth Wairimu of Central. We have Janice Machoka, Mercy Cherop, Sanda Mueni, Daisy Achieng of Nyanza South will be confirming that in a bit. Daisy Achieng is of Nyanza North, not Nyanza South. You know, I come from Nyanza South.
Greg, are you moving people from their homesteads? Are you buying people houses without informing them? So for those who are joining us, this is the World Under-20 Championships qualifiers for the Under-20, where Kenya is the defending champion. We're into the 100-meter women's heats. We finalized the first heat, which was won by Jacqueline Mikayo with a time of 12.61 provisional timing. We go into the second heat. We are waiting clarity. The qualifying time ought to be 11 seconds. We prepare for the second hit. As my colleague Greg has stated, it has the likes of Asla Kerubo, Maureen Chebet, Elizabeth Wairimu, Janice Machoka, Mercy Cherop, Sanda Mueni, and Daisy Achieng. These trials are going to happen for the today and tomorrow. We are looking for the Kenya team to represent Team Kenya at Cali, Colombia, from the 1st of August till the 6th of August. That will be coming right after the completion of the Commonwealth Games that will be taking place in Birmingham. Greg, am I correct on that one?
Yeah, sure. 3 world-class events coming back-to-back in the month of July through August, and this, I think, will be the last of the world events in this calendar year, and the juniors, of course, will be out to give us some good piece of action. That is the second heat of the women 100 meters. Expect some nice race in this one. That is Daisy Achieng getting final instructions from the officials. She'll be running in lane number 7. There is Sandra Mweni in lane number 6, Mercy Cherop in lane number 5, Janice Machoka of Nyanza South in lane number 4. We have Elizabeth Wairimu in lane number 3, Maureen Chebet of Central Rift, and Asla Kirubo, of course, she'll be in lane number 1. They'll be officially introduced, and thereafter, the dash. If you're joining us, remember we are live from the Nyayo National Stadium right here in Nairobi. And we are live on Athletics Kenya TV on YouTube, Facebook. That is in lane number 1, Asla Kerubo. Lane 3, we have Elizabeth Wairimu of Central. Mercy Cherop in lane number 5. That is Sanda Mweni, of course, And in lane 7, Penina Nakambu from Sudan, she'll be racing in lane number 8. So there is no Daisy Acheng and Janice Machoka.
Using the Kenya qualifiers, Bolter just to get to gauge her timing as you await the start officials to ensure get it going. And here we go. Whoa! And looking at the fast lane right there, Asla Kerubo, Asla Kerubo and Mercy Cherob. Then the visiting compatriot from South Sudan, Asla Kerubo, with a time of 12.61.
Asla Kerubo crossing the finishing line in 12.61. Still a lot of work to do to attain the qualification time. But this young lady has shown the potential she has, winning the second heat of the women 100 meters. Very, very strong finish from Asla Kerubo to win the second heat of the women 100 meters. Mercy Cherop also coming very, very strongly. Look at them. That is Mercy Cherop, who finished second in this one. Asla Kerubo winning the second heat of the 100 meters women. We have the last heat coming up with Naomi Nanjala, Paradise Okoth, Quinta Simba, Sandra Chepchumba, Rahab Wanjiru, Diana Kisa, Mary Franklin, and Silista Kemunto. That is the last heat of the 100 meters. The third and final heat of the women 100 meters. In lane number 1, now Njala is not present, so we start Paradise Okoth in lane number 2. Quinta Simba in lane number 3.
Lane 7, Mary Franklin Cost. And lane 8, Silista Kemunto kutoka Nairobi.
So in lane number 2, Port Paradise. In lane number 2, Quinta. In lane number 3, Sandra Chepchumba. In lane number 5, Diana Kisa. In lane number 6, Mary Franklin in lane number 7, and Celeste Kemuto of Nairobi in lane number 8. So we're ready for the third and final heat of the 100 meters.
Basi, there is a technical hitch.
Diana
That's
Kisa.
a technical hitch for the start of the third.
Greg, at juniors level, do you get an automatically disqualification, or do you get a warning going into this
100 meters.
As we wait, official communication on whether it was a technical hitch or whether it was human error?
We are waiting for that, but then rules are rules.
100 meters.
Let's wait and see what the officials have to say. And it is a red card.
Hit number 3 for the 100 meters women hit. Basi huyo mrembo
Diana Kisa
we
has
call
been
it a false start,
dismissed
and
in
of course
this one.
there are
So
rules governing false start.
it was a false start
One of the
for
runners is now out.
the lady from Western.
One of the runners is out because of the tough rules
Quite
that
unfortunate
govern
there.
false starts. Silence for the start again, ladies and gentlemen.
We're down to another false start means
But once
someone
again,
is also
ladies
in
and
trouble
gentlemen,
here,
as
and
we
I'm
announced
afraid
earlier,
the lady from Coast Region.
rules governing the start are
wait and see.
punitive, meaning there's only one false start allowed. One false start allowed.
Court Paradise.
And if you do any false start, you go out.
So it's a Court Paradise of Nyanza North, who's been
So once
nominated in
again,
this.
we wait for the start of
Paradise and
the
Diana Kisa out of this one. So we down to 4. Wow, this is dramatic. The referees are quite tough here, and there we go. Whoa, someone wasn't sure, but then
women finally
this will be very, very
basi makofi wananchi kwa huyo mrembo,
and
makofi
it is
kabisa
14.09
kwa huyo mrembo Diana Kisa kutoka Western.
Celista Kimuto of
Diana
Nairobi.
Kisa. That
The lady who
ends
finished second
all
wasn't sure.
The third
She got off the
100 meters hit.
halted, then decided to dash. So quite a little bit of confusion there, Wex, and
3 hits
these are not
of the women 100 meters.
normal scenes.
That was clumsy, I'd say clumsy hit. We had 2 DQs made, and all of them from false starts. There were already 2 participants on the taking place.
waweze kwenda kwenye hema lililo pembezoni mwa kiwanja kando ya fishing line, ukipenda upande wa kulia kwa mraba wa kumaliza, ndio waweze kupata mafunzo ya anti-doping lesson.
Nipende kutambua vile vile hits for the ladies. We're about to move to slightly faster with the men's side, where the qualifying time we're looking at 10.6 to make the team. So we'll start off with the first hit of the men's 100 meters, which has Alex Kialo, Joel Kipngetich, Danson Kibet, Shadrack Wasilwa, Dalma Sangola, Samuel Ekoa, Dismas Mwalimu, and Stephen Kiboi from Western. As you prepare for that one, just to remind you that you can inform us of where you're watching us from. We'll give you a shout out. We're glad to notice that straight from a win yesterday at Stockholm, Mary Mora was able to join us, to be able to watch, and even root for some of our compatriots who are coming from her region. We also
wherever you are,
break
long jump
the women's 8,000 meter steeplechase from Uganda
at the call room.
Peru Tiamutai is also watching. Most of these athletes are watching the future stars here. And you can see the likes of
Mr. Chimuren,
race yesterday in Stockholm.
women,
The 800 meters.
long jump women, 100 meters men,
do their thing here
in number one,
Nairobi, and it is
100
an event
meters
that has
men,
attracted many
number one,
viewers across the globe, knowing that Kenya is the
number
world
one for the 100
champion,
meters
the reigning world champions in the
men,
world under-20 athletics.
hit
Twice in a row, in Finland in 2018 and Nairobi in 2021. On your screens are athletes preparing for the first heat of the
100 meters
100 meters. Everyone wants
men.
to make sure that they go to Colombia. Remember the
These are
qualification
the
time is
hits
10 points.
that have produced amazing runners.
George Mbugo watching all the way from
The likes
Seattle,
of
Washington.
Omanyala,
Korean Shadrach in Bomet.
the likes of Omanyala,
Tomorrow's event, of course, will begin in the morning.
the
9
current
Vincent Ngei watching from Kimumu in
Africa
Eldoret.
record
Paul, live from
9.77
Qatar. So it's Christopher
seconds.
Musyoka watching all the way from AIC Kijabe.
This is how we discovered
Says
Mr. Omanyala by going through
which we'll be looking for
the
and
things,
trying to find out
the junior
exactly what's
stages
happening there. But
of
remember, this is
100
the
meters.
world under-20 trials
100 meters
live from the
men.
National Stadium.
Number one.
And it's for the sprints, the first heat of the men, 100 meters. Will be number 469.
Nairobi.
That is
Lane 3,
Shadrach Wasilwa.
Central Rift. Lane 4, Shadrach Wasilwa, North Rift. Lane 5, Dalmas Agola, Eastern.
That is
Lane 6, Samuel Ekoa, Central. Lane 7, Dismas Mwalimu, Coast.
Dismas
And
Mwalimu.
lane 8, Stephen Kiboi, West.
Stephen Kiboi in lane number 8.
Those are the runners
This
for
one, Alex
the
Kialo, John
first
Kip,
heat
Petit
of the
Dance,
100 meters.
Shadrach Wasilwa, Dalmas Angola, Samuel Ekoa, Dismas Mwalimu, and Stephen Kiboi. The man, 100 meters, number 1. He's gonna make it to the final. Wonderful start.
Hapo naona kumetokea itilafu kidogo ama kuna mwanariadha ambaye tunaweza kusema ameshamasta, labda ametoka mbele, lakini wataalamu watamshughulikia hiyo.
Wait and see. Tense moments here.
Tutaweza kujua ni mwanariadha yupi, alafu hatua stahiki itachukuliwa na wataalamu wa masuala haya.
So
Tuzo wa kwanza mbio za mita 100
Mwalimu in lane number 7.
ikiwa ni katika zile harakati za kutafuta kufuzu akalamu kujitafutia tikiti ya kwenda katika ubingwa wa dunia wa vijana chini ya miaka 20.
We down to 7 in this one.
Heat 1.
For takeoff. There you can see from the replay. We'll be giving you a replay of that in a bit. Look at that. Yeah, and that's the confirmation. Dismas Mwalimu, of course, is out. And we are ready for takeoff in the first heat of this 100 meters men.
Sasa katika shindano limeweza kuhudhuria kabisa, ikiwa ni shindano la mita 100 na kwenda kuhudhuria kabisa, ikiwa mwanariadha kutoka timu
Wasilwa, and he will be winning this one in a time of 10.82. Very, very impressive from the young man.
Vijana chini ya miaka 20.
Shadrach Wasilwa of North Rift.
ambapo naona
10.82.
sekunde 10.
He can improve on that.
82.
Definitely he ought to improve on that one. That was a very good run, still not within the 10.6. That was a very good run. It was very good off the blocks. And he decimated the entire field, emerging as the top athlete in the first hit of the 100 meters men's.
Na kabla mchezo huo kuanza, labda niwakumbushe tu wale wanariadha ambao wamemaliza kadhia zao muweze kutembea katika lile hema leupe kwa
the second hit of the 100 meter men's. Second hit as the likes of Joseph Lepatei, Evans Longor, Daniel Simiu, Calvin Omondi, Kennedy Mwema, Edwin Keter, Mwambonye Mwagandi, and Isaiah Kipngetich. Greg, after the success and emergence of the one and only Ferdinand Omanyala, there has been more and more upsurge of participants in the 100 meter race. Not forgetting that in the national championships we had how many number of hits were there?
Actually there were 17 hits in that one.
Nyayo ambapo
when it comes to this one,
na wanariadha bila shaka wamejiandaa kabisa.
You can feel there's that excitement. Like we see the likes of Wasilwa winning this in 10.82 in such conditions, then it shows you that the sprints are really going to be a big thing in the country in the near future. Remember, we're all talking about the likes of Ferdinand, the likes of Marco Cheng. These are athletes who've always shown us what to do in the sprints, and now the juniors are also coming up very well. You can see Shadrack Wasilwa just showing you that he might be the next big thing. You can look at how he broke off the blocks and look at his physique. He's a very confident young man.
I'm guessing by his physique he must have had a tryout in his high school with the rugby sport.
By the way, I won't be surprised. Look at his physique. It's like he might have discovered that I can sprint better and I can do in rugby. We have a couple of rugby players from rugby to athletics. We have the likes of Paul Sumai. We have the likes of Ferdinand Omanyala, the Africa 100 meters champion and the record holder. Put a 9.77 here in Nairobi last year. So who knows what Wasilwa can do next? Maybe Ferdinand will be giving him a couple of lessons.
There's some good observation right there from Greg Malemi. Greg is both a commentator and analyst, this having been in this field for a long period. As you're telling us where you're watching us from, we're glad to interact with you. Please keep us informed where you're watching us from, how you're enjoying. If you have feedback for us, please do share what you may think. At one point, I told the sound was a bit low, and we worked on that one. So whoever is watching us, please keep us informed.
Shindano likiwa ni la mita 100
James watching from Gulu in Uganda. Being that you're watching from Uganda, you know very well tomorrow 4 p.m. Kenya Simbas take on the Uganda rugby team for the World Cup qualifiers. And I'm not saying I'm hoping for the best. I'm not wishing you the best. I'm wishing the country the best. Thank you very much for watching from Gulu. We have
ambapo katika leni ya kwanza katika mchezo wa pili Joseph Lepatei
Uganda. Same thing to you. Now into the second hit. We have the third lane, Daniel Simiu, Calvin Omondi, lane 4 from Nyanza South, lane number 5, Kennedy Mwema from Eastern, lane 6, the one and only Edwin Keter from South Lake, and 7 has Mwambonye Mwagandi from Coast. And last lane we have Isaiah Kipngetich from Nyanza North. Don't forget that lane 1 has Joseph Lepatei and Evans Longor. As they set up, get off the blocks for this one. Shariko Silva in the previous heat had a time of 10.82. Very good time. Still not within the qualifying time. Let's wait and see what comes out from the second heat. These athletes, some of whom have never met before. As I was informing Greg, there's still some work to be done on how they come off the blocks, because I'm seeing their knees. Some technical practice will have to be put in for them. And lane number 3 there. Simeon Lepatei going head-to-head. Head-to-head. We'll wait for the photo finish. 10.94, 10.9. Still a bit off, but very good sprint by the two, Joseph Lepatei and Daniel Simeon.
Here he felt the pressure from Simeon, but then just hung on to ensure that he finished ahead of Simeon, the North Rift guy.
Thank you very much, my colleagues. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, the next event will be
posted by Mr. Lepatei of Southern Born on 25th on Christmas Day. Not many people birthdays on Christmas Day. 2004. That is Joseph Lepatei of Southern winning that second heat of the men, 100 meters, just ahead of Daniel Simeon of North Rift.
The result for the final.
And Brian Bet says congratulations. Eva Benta says Wasilo is another Manyala. We're going to see that, but
from South Rift.
A strong statement in the first heat.
15 minutes, 14 seconds, .26.
Dinos.
Number 2, Jen Gatti.
Favored Angel saying
Nyanza South. 15.
She's
0.50.
watching from Webuye.
Number 3
so
is Deborah
Grace Jasmine
Chamatai
from Uganda, and Jojo
from
Auma
Central Rift
says that's good time from heat number 2. We're waiting to see that. Also, I hope they will put on their times in the next round.
Jojo Auma commenting on the time of 10.94. We have Grace Jasmine who's telling us they're watching us from Uganda. We have Favored Angel watching from Webuye. Alvin just telling us that he's watching us live, not indicating on the location, but believing they're enjoying every minute of this fixture. Greg, going into the last hit of the day.
Central Rift.
The third heat of the 100 meters men. We have Pascal Wilson from Coast. We have Peter Jure of Central. Duncan Kipngeno of South Rift. Kelvin Kipngetich, Nyanza North. Stephen Watoro of Western. Dennis Kennedy Kilonzo of Southern and Central.
Pascal Wilson, Coast.
Number 1, that is Pascal Wilson of Coast.
Pascal Wilson, Coast. Lane 2. Peter Giro, Central. Lane 3,
Duncan of South Rift.
Duncan Kipngeno.
That is lane number 4. Kelvin Kipngetich.
Nyanza North. Lane 5, Stephen Watoro, Western. Lane 6, Kennedy Kilonzo, Southern. Lane 7, Innocent Taban. From the team of refugees.
From the team of refugees, they are trying out. Who knows what's in store for this one? The third heat of the men 100 meters. Hoping for no false start, hoping for something. Yeah. Evangeline Karimi Mukua says coming all the way to watch this one. Welcome aboard if wherever you are. Remember, we are live from the Nyayo National Stadium. It's the 100 meters each. Number 3 for the men.
Mchujo wa tatu
not a DQ, but a technicality that will be looked at by the officials.
Barabara kabisa, mambo yako shwari kabisa. Wataalamu pale wanapiga shughuli zao kuweza kuhakikisha kila kitu kinaenda katika njia sahihi, manake mfumo hapa ni wa kimataifa, kupenda international standard. Ikiwa tunawachujo watatu
Wasilo won the 10.84 in that was hit number 1. Then Lepate won hit number 2 in 10.94. Very, very impressive times, especially here in Nairobi. Boni Kimili watching from County 17. So is Emmanuel Mayan. Says congratulations to Lepate Joseph. Joseph Pitika says congratulations. Watch out for lane number, that's Kennedy Kinozo coming in strongly, but then in lane number 3 is Duncan Kipkeno. It is Kilonzo just finishing slightly ahead of Kipkeno in a time of 11.36. Quite a slow hit this one. The final
labda Paul uweze kutueleza ni hatua gani inayofuata baada ya shindano la mita 100 kipigo cha wanaume kwa Paul.
Thank you very much, my colleague.
Done with the hits of the 100 meters and straight on to the first semi-final of the 1500 meters women.
Once again, we move to the other
More time to rest here because we have other events also coming up, and in this first semi-final of the 1500 meters we have Jacinta Kavindu of Southern, Fancy Chepkorir of Nairobi, Joan Cherono of Central Rift, Mercy Chisoilo of Central Rift, Grace Loibak of North Rift, Esther Mokua of Nyanza South, Maureen Gathure of Eastern, Miriam Chemutai of South Rift, Elvina Kahindi of Coast, Diana Cheptek of Western, Margaret Ngoiri of Central, Sheila Jerono Kwambai of Central Rift, and Miriam Chepkoech of Central. That is the lineup for the first semi-final of the 1500 meters.
You are truly. So once again, the start of the women's 1500 meters.
Wait for the start of the first semi-final of 1500 meters. 4 minutes 29 seconds is the official start time. Sami Kipto enjoying his live pictures coming away rather from the Nyayo National Stadium in Nairobi. Of Central, Sheila Jerono Kombai of Central, and Miriam Cheroti of Central. Chemutai Peru Olympic champion, watching all the way from Uganda, says congratulations to Joseph Wapate. And Masi Mutali is watching all the way from Tigiri, says all the best to the athletes. And there you go, the 1500 meters with the first semi-final. And we're live from the National Stadium. Remember, we'll have another hit for this one, the semi-final, and the final scheduled for tomorrow right here, Nairobi. The protocol is watching all the way from Sweden. So is Elkana Kibet, Muruga, Rigariat, Ebi, Ruto, Kupa. And Douglas Ramos says that was a great walking race won by Helston Wanyoni, by the way. Keep Meli asking why so many false starts. Checking out on that, Hilary Yego watching from Algeria, so is Victor Chemiot. Take one as we watch this 1500 meters first semi-final heading into the first lap. And this field of athletes is really, really strong.
Especially looking, Greg, at these juniors and the times we're expecting them to post. I'm looking at the first 300 meters wasn't a joke. I'm looking, there's already someone who's already been dropped off before even after completion of one lap, and he's already been dropped off. It's not common to see an overlap in a 1500 meter race.
Very, very difficult because all these athletes are somehow sprinters, but then one athlete is really, really struggling in this one, and it's what we were talking about, acclimatization. So the weather also seems to have taken toll on some of these athletes, but then you watch out for these young ladies, that is Jacinta Kavimbu, Faith Chep Korir, Joanne Cherono in the leading pack there, halfway in the 1500 meters, 800 to go actually.
800 meters to go, and from what we are seeing, it's that there's already a split. There's a team of 6, then followed by one person, then it's a straight line of another 5 before the last person who's just getting to the 800 meter mark. I'm looking at a scenario where we have 600 meters to go. This is one of those races which Kenya looks at and feels it's one of our birthrights, alongside the steeplechase. And Greg, coming into the bell, what's expectation? Are they going to push harder?
Of course they have to push harder because slot in the semi-final is up for grabs. You can see leading there is Diana Chitty, and very, very close on this one. 6 athletes heading into the final lap of this one.
Field is getting stretched to the 200 meter mark, and now is 2 right in front there, and one has decided, I'm going to Cali, but first I have a finals to be part of. I'm assuming the first 4 make it into the final. Greg?
Definitely. See, it's really, really strong there. Coming in. What the timing? 4:22.76. Well within the qualification time.
I see for this one being a semi-final, there's not much looking into the time. It's more of, are you within the first 4? Then you make your best push in the final, which will be taking place tomorrow. I'm actually impressed the overlap. Did it really take place? It happened. It really happened towards the last lap, within the last 400 meters. Very, very, very good push.
Watch out for semi-final number 2, where we have the likes of Naomi Kemboi. Watch out for Purity Chepkurui of South Rift, Faith Mwende, Florence Chepkoech, Naomi Kemboi, Sheila Jebet, Janet Chepkoski, Esther Ndulu, Linda Mateko, Triza Washira, and Brenda Chebet of Nairobi.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we still have one more runner to finish.
Winner of the first semi-final, Miriam Chemutai of South Rift. 4 minutes, 22.76 seconds. Those are athletes are waiting for the start of the second semi-final of the 1500 meters.
Semi-finals of 1500 meters. Makofi wananchi kwa huyo dada. Makofi. Asante sana. Thank you. Asante. Basi wananchi, second semi-finals 1500 meters. The second semi-finals of the women's 1500 meters.
Cheris Kiro watching from Qatar. Remember, after the women event, we'll have the men first and second semi-final of the same race, that is the 1500 meters.
Running number 073 in lane 8 has been disqualified. Tumetangaza tendo hilo kwa saa 5:23. Mwanariadha Steven Boy running in lane 8, running number 073, shindano la mita 100, amekuwa disqualified kwa sababu ya kuvunja sheria. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Once again, the stars of the women 1500 meters semi-finals. Very pointed, Southern. Florence Chepkoech, Nairobi.
Looking at the semi-final of the 1500 meter women's, this qualifies for the team that will be representing Kenya in Cali, Colombia for the World Under-20. We have Faith Mwende, Florence Chepkoech, Naomi Kemboi, Sheila Jebet, Janet Chepkoski, Penina Mukomene from Eastern, Faith Chepkoech from South Rift, Purity Chepkurui, Esther Ndulu, Linda Mateiko, Teresia Washera, and Brenda Chebet. As you wait for the officials at the start, this race commences at the 300 meter mark. And here we go for the second semi-final. The first semi-final was completed around time of 4:26. Considering that I'm looking at a final that will have the first 4 from the first 2 semis, and then what they call the second fastest losers. Looking at a strong field. I'm worried again. In the last race we had someone who was already dropping off within the first 300 meters of the race, and even with this one, 3 laps to go, there's already one who's been dropped off. And the team looks very strong as they take into They'll be finishing the first complete lap in the next few minutes. There we go. They've finished the first lap. Oh, someone has collapsed. We need immediate medical attention. Immediate medical attention. Immediate medical attention is needed on an athlete who's not needed medical attention. We hope for the best. We hope for the best with that athlete. She had already been dropped off, and we hope the best for her as we watch into the remaining field. They're all in one group, with one athlete also being dropped behind and another one further behind. 2 laps to go. That's 800 meters to go. 800 meters to go. 800 meters to go. Very good pace. The times of 2:18 right now. Slightly 700 meters to go. Going into the 600 meter mark. 600 meter mark. We'll watch at the time to see what we should be expecting at the end of this one. And the split there is a 2:35, 2:36. Very strong field. There's we have a pack that has 6 athletes, and this is Greg, this is a bit tricky going into the bell where everyone has an opportunity of getting this one.
Yeah, definitely. The likes of Kenyan Athletics there, the world champion Purity Chepkirui also in the mix. So is Brenda Chebet of Nairobi. Very, very tight this one. The last lap of the 1500 meters semi-final number 2, and you can see the confidence in these athletes heading into that one. The last 600 meters of this race, and you can see the bars. You can feel the legs are also getting warm, but then the adrenaline. Oh, a big show there, and it's really, really, really not what we wanted to see here. But then look at that. Purity Chepkirui leading all the way, going into the last 100 meters. Here comes the world champion Purity Chepkirui leading the way. Very, very confident, and you can feel that she is in control of this one. When then Chebet closing in, but then Purity Chepkirui will cross the finishing line in a time of 4 minutes 18.19, winning this one. Just showing why she is touted to be one of the best 1500 meters runners of her time. Sheila Chebet coming in second place in this one. And you can see Purity there alongside Brenda Chebet. This must have taken toll on these athletes, but then the world under-20 champion en route to defending her title in Cali, Colombia.
We move to the next event of the men's 1500 meters. So we will leave the dots as we get them.
Remember, after this we have the 1500 meters semi-final number 2. Thick and fast here at the Nyayo National Stadium on day 1 of the World Under-20 trials. This lineup we have Justice Mwasia, Josephat Kipkirui of Central Rift, Anthony Kimutai of North Rift, Stephen Maroro of Nyanza South, Dennis Kiprut of Eastern, Victor Kipkirui of South Rift, Stephen Masindet of Coast, Ezekiel Kemoi of Western, Linus Nderito of Central, Kelvin Kipto of North Rift, Reynold Kipkorir Cheriot of Nairobi, and Franklin Zayt. That will be the lineup.
How Kenya identifies its student talents,
The 1500 meters. And this is the first semi-final.
like the ball,
Farm watching, so is Minus we have the likes of Kisa, Cornelius Ndiwa watching all the way from Mount Elgon, Brian Mongeli, team from Paris, Violet Munesi. Very all the best to these athletes. Those are some of the comments coming out of those watching on YouTube. As we are waiting for the start of the 1500 meters. First semi-final for the men.
We can go through the start list. Men's semi-finals 1, Justus Mwasia, Southern, Daniel Kosen, Nairobi, Joshua Kipkerui, Central Rift, Anthony Kimutai, North Rift, Stephen Maroro, Nyanza South, Dennis Kipruto, Eastern, Victor Kipkerui, South Rift, Stephen Mosidet, Coast, Ezekiel Kwemoy, Western, Linus Nderito, Central, Kelvin Kipto, North Rift, Raymond Kipkorir Cheriot, Nairobi, Franklin Saitoti, Nairobi. That's the long list of the women of men's 1500 meters. Start.
And that's the start of the 1500 meters.
The start of the men's semi-finals.
The semi-final number 1.
1500 meters. 3 3/4 of the track. So as you were mentioning, this is how we nurture our talent.
Justus Mwasia, Daniel Kosen, Josephat Kiprui, Anthony Kimutai, Stephen Maroro, Dennis Kipruto, Victor Kipkirui, Stephen Masindet, Ezekiel Kwemoy, Linus Nderito, Kelvin Kipto, Reynold Kipkorir, and Franklin Saitoti. 2 3/4 laps to go in this one. Leading the way is Joseph Kipkerui of Central Rift, really confident. Heading into the third lap of this race.
Two laps to go and a very strong field, very strong push at 145. 145 is a split with going into the 800 meter field. There's already a clear stretch at the 700 meter mark. Greg, what are you expecting in the last 600?
Can see the confidence in this young man, and Joseph Kipkirui seems to be in control of this one. The Central Rift runner born on 8th of August 2006. So this is a strong run from the young man. It remains to be seen if he'll maintain that, but he looks in control of matters here. That is Joseph Kipkirui leading the way. You can see this young man really confident. Look at these young men coming in very strongly in the right, in the last 100 meters. This is very, very confident run from these young men, and it's 3-4-1 is the time recorded by Anthony Kimutai to win the 1500 meters men semi-final. Number 1, Kimutai from North Rift, winning that one just ahead of Josephat Kirui of Central Rift. Anthony Kimutai winning the first semi-final of that one.
That's the finish of the men's semi-finals 1. We move straight away to the start of the second semi-finals.
Okay, joining us, remember this is day 1 of the World Under-20 Athletics Trial happening here in Nairobi. The venue is the Nyayo National Stadium. The second semi-final. Felix Mutiani, Anderson Kibet, Dennis Kiproth of Nairobi, Daniel Kimayi of Central Rift, Duncan Kipkirui of Central Rift, Joshua Kimeli of North Rift, Felix Boeka of Nyanza South, Reynold Kipkorir of South Rift, Gilbert Rono of South Rift, John Ginger Western, Jeremiah Kamau of Central, Justus Yegon of Nairobi, Edward Namangoy of Nairobi will be the ones competing in that one. Remember, afterwards we have the long jump women final, the javelin, and on the track we'll have the 400 meters hits for both men and women. You're joining us live from the Nyayo National Stadium, and this is day 1 of the World Under-20 Athletics Trials.
Boeka, Nyanza South, Raymond Victoria, South Rift, Gilbert Rono, South Rift, John Ginger, Western, Jeremiah Kamau, Central, Justus Yegon, Nairobi, Edward Namangoy, Nairobi. We have Wilson Korea, Dominic Okengi from Nyanza South. In the same group we have Vincent Kiprono from Coast. Those are the stats. That's the start list.
Start of the second semi-final of the 1500 meters.
Of the second semi-finals, men
Start.
1500 meters.
These young men trying and that get to the final of this. Remember the qualification time set for Kali Colombia is 3 minutes 48.50 seconds. As they slow down towards the first 400 meters of this one. Chelimo is watching all the way from Nairobi Westlands. So is George Mbugua, Martin Kisa, we have Vincent Bege watching all the way from English. Remember, if you're joining us, this is the 1500 meters second semi-final. Two laps to go in this one.
Remember the 1500 meters is slightly shorter than the 1 mile
from Eldoret.
By
leading the way is Duncan Kipkirui.
100 meters. It is shorter than the 1 mile by almost 100 meters. The 1 mile is 4 laps of the track.
John Ginger of Western also in contention.
Basi wananchi kule mbele akiwa mbele kabisa yuko ndani Nyayo kutoka
Central Rift.
akiwa pale mbele Nyayo
Heading into the last lap of this one. Daniel Kimayo very strong, heading into the last 200 meters. You can feel this young man is really strong. Kimayo taking that bend
ameongoza uwanja kabisa. Makofi kabisa wananchi waliokutana kiwa katika semi-finali ya pili.
That is Daniel Kimayo, very strong. This one, clearly he's shown the rest of the field what he's capable of doing. And we'll be looking at the time possibly by this young man. 3 minutes 42.65. Very impressive from this young man. Daniel Kimayo winning the second semi-final of this one and booking a place in the final tomorrow. That is the 1500 meters second semi-final that has just ended. Daniel Kimayo it's a young man born on 10th of August 2004.
Mita 1500 semi-finali ya pili. Makofi wananchi.
Daniel Kipkirui finishing second.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we await the next event. Women's 400 meters.
We're ready for
Heat number 1.
heats.
All the athletes in competition, you're requested to visit other
tupatie sawa na hiyo interview hapa ni Kigali.
attend
Ni Kigali wacha
other so that you may be able to go through the normal
haya unasemaje?
requirements
Interview ni ya Kigali. Ni Kigali.
Once again, the athletes in competition were requested to go
Weka sound.
to the all the team officials athletes and women. All the officials kindly collect your pads next to the ambulance.
Next up will be long jump women's final, which is taking place at the further end of the pitch. We have the javelin women's final coming up next, and not forgetting going into the heats of the 400-meter women's and the 400-meter men's before we go into the 3,000-meter semi-finals. So hope you're enjoying wherever you're watching us from. Keep us involved. Inform us where you're watching us from. If you have input, share with us.
It is the chiefs to collect for their respective officials. It is the chiefs to collect for their respective officials, because you cannot give your ng'ombe kule nyasi peke yake. You cannot leave your shamba, otherwise itaharibika. So all the chiefs collect for you're collecting meanwhile.
Alan Magad, Mike.
Collect meanwhile for Ariana. So 400 meters.
Cherotit Korir, you've caught us there napping on not turning off the microphone as you're getting feed of the interview that was taking place. Thank you for keeping us on our toes. About to move to the 400-meter semi-final. Not semi-final, but it's a hit. There will be another semi-final before the final. Joining us, this is the Nyayo National Stadium. Nyayo National Stadium, the capital, that is Nairobi. Whether, as my colleague had told you, it's conducive for being inside a duvet, but we're managing through this cold weather to watch for the future athletes, future of Team Kenya, the team that will be representing us at the World Under-20 Championships in Cali, Colombia. Right up is the 400-meter heat number 1.
I can see you, Isabella, Isabella, 400 meters. 400 meters women.
That you're seeing is Naomi Chalimo in lane number 6 from Nairobi, Kenya.
400 meters semi-finals number 1.
In this hit we have 7 athletes representing this one. So as you take it lane by lane, lane by lane. Lane 3, we have Abigail Chepkemoi. Lane 5, Judith Kemunto. Lane 6, Naomi Chalimo. lane 7, Anna Walubengo.
Lane 7 and lane 8,
Irene Nyambura comes in. There's a small mix-up as the athletes take it to the max. 400 meter, we're looking for a time of 55:20. 55:20. Watch out for Sylvia Chelangat, Abigail Chepkemoik, Sarah Bosbori, Judith Kemunto, Naomi Chelumo, Irene Nyambura. And off we go. My friend Greg will be happy. There was no mishap with that. The commencement of that 400 meter. I'm looking at Sylvia Chelangat with a very good stride. The first 100 meters. Not forgetting she's in the inner lane. She's in the inner lane. Apart from her, we have Irene Nyambura in the further lane 8. But all eyes should be on Sylvia Chelangat. Sylvia Chelangat, who, when they hit the 100 meter mark, she'll be way ahead of everyone. Way ahead of everyone. That's some very good running. Very good running right there by Sylvia Chelangat. Very good running by Sylvia Chelangat. You can see a pose and poise check. She still looks like she can go another 200 meters. Very good, very good, very good run. 54:06, a very good time, very good time. She makes it right into the qualifying time. 54:06 for Sylvia Chelangat. Sylvia Chelangat making it into the semi-finals at a time of 54:06. Greg.
Impressive time there by Sylvia Chelangat. Well within that qualification time for the World Athletics Under-20 Championships. The girl from Central Rift, born on 5th of April 2004. I think she just lacked competition in this one because she was way ahead of the rest of the pack, and she's just shown her quality in this first semi-final of the women 100 meters. I know the likes of Lucy Njeri, Stella Aspita, Sarah Nairobi, Mercy Ndiri, Evelyn Chepkoech, Elena Jumwa, Shamila Chebet, and Mercy Wanjira, all in the second heat, will be trying to beat that time of 54.06 seconds, posted by Sylvia Chelangat of Central Rift. Very good run
Semi-finals 2.
Luke Kipchumba Saina following the proceedings from Eldoret. So is Adriel Miati Fiamu and that was a very impressive run from the young lady.
Tangazo, team managers wote. Tangazo team managers wote. Chukue chakula na wadau wenu hapa nje saa hii. Tangazo hili ina mwisho kwa team managers. So thank you very much, team managers. Please pick the makers for your market. Pick the makers with Sada, 400 meters, semi-finals, and 2. Lane 1, Lucy David, Southwest. Lane 2, Sarah Asipra, Central Rift. Lane 3, Sarah Oromi, Nyanza South. Lane 4, Mercy Ndiri, Nyanza South.
Kama tu hivyo kwa sababu anakaribia.
South Rift. Lane 6 is empty. Lane 7, Shamina Chebe Western. Lane 8, Masi Wajira Central.
Start of the second semi-final of the 400 meters women. In lane number 1 we have Lucy Njeri, Stella Aspita in lane number 2, Sarah Orobi in lane number 3, Mercy Ondieki, Evelyn Chepkoech, Elena Juma in lane number 6, Shamila Jebet and Mercy Wanjira of Central. We're ready for the second semi-final, 400 meters. And there we go, quite a slow start there from Chepkoech of South Rift in lane number 5. She's trying to play catch up, but then watch out for Mercy Ondieki in lane number 4. Really strong run from the Nyanza South Rift. That is Mercy Ondieki from Nyanza South, actually way ahead of the rest of the pack, heading into the 200 meter run bend. You can see it's really fast from this lady from Nyanza South, and she's just shown the rest of the field what she's capable of taking that bend quite slowly. And Lucy Njeri closing in lane number 1, but then it will be Sarah Orobi going to win this one in a time of 55.75. Not really the time she might have wanted in this one, but then she takes hit number 2 of this one. Sarah Orobi of Nyanza South winning that one. She'll be joining the likes of Sylvia Chelangat, who won hit number 1 in a very impressive time of 54.06. 55.75 is the time posted by Orobi of Nyanza South. And we are waiting to see the final list of those who will be participating in the finals to be held tomorrow. But up next is the men's race for this one. Francis Kimeu missing in lane number 1. Actually, he is in lane number 1. Francis Kimeu of Southern. In lane number 3, we have Samuel Toili of North Rift. Calvin Mwendwa in lane number 4 from Eastern. Benjamin Kiprop, of course, in lane number 5. Oscar Lemachon of Central in lane number 6. Garrison Erege of Central Rift, and Mfite Umukiza in lane number 8. So wait to see the complete lineup for the first semi-final of the 400 meters. Remember, we have the likes of Garrison Erege also in this one. Trying to ease the tension. Lane number 5, that is Benjamin Kiprop.
Rudi nyuma kitaji, rudi nyuma ndio ukapenda.
Calvin Mwendwa there on your screen. Benjamin Kiprop, of course, in lane number 5. Oscar Lemashon of Central. Lane 6. Lane number 7, missing. Lane number 8, we have Fite Umukiza, representing the refugees.
From the team 50.
So missing is lane number 2 and lane number 7. Watch out for this guy in lane number 1.
Outside the track.
Francis Kimeu of Southern. The men 400 meters semi-final, number 1. False start, and that should be, I'm afraid, wow, a false start and straight on. The officials going to see who's at fault here, and tense moments here at the Nyayo National Stadium, and it's gonna be a red card. We'll be waiting to see who's gonna get it, and the official jogging all the way to
start, and that should be
lane number 8, and Mfite Umukiza has been disqualified in lane number 8. It's down to 5. Who's gonna make it to the final? The 400 meters men semi-final, number 1. 47.60 is the time, and off we go. Very slow start from lane number 1, but then watch out in lane number 5. That is Benjamin Kiprop, of course, coming in very, very strongly, but then Samuel Toili of North Rift really, really strong in lane number 3 there. That is Toili coming in strongly, very confident, heading into the last 200 meters of these 400 meters. Look at Toili coming really strongly, but then after that bad start, Kimeu has picked up well and is coming in very, very nicely in lane number 1. But Toili really, really strong, heading into the last few meters of this one, and he'll take this home in a time of 48.15, falls just after the finishing line. Samuel Toili of North Rift winning that one. 48.15 is the time registered by Toili, being helped off the pitch after falling down just as after crossing the finishing line. Toili, born on 18th of September 2003, winning semi-final, number 1 of this one. We're heading straight into the second semi-final of this race with Moses Randu in lane number 1, Samuel Kibet, Elkana Chemelil, Thomas Saitoti, Anthony Shonoti, Dairo Lokor, Joel Kipngetich, and Hilary Misiku, all battling out for a place in the final.
400 meters semi-finals number 2. Semi-finals number 2. Semi-finals number 2. Mr. Kamau from Fire Athletics Club. Mr. Kamau from Fire Athletics Club in our room.
Moses Randu in lane number 1, Samuel Kibet in lane number 2. Elkana Chemelil in lane number 3. As we also see the javelin women final on the other side. As in lane number 2 of the 400 meters, that is Samuel Kibet. See fans thronging the stadium now. It's not as cold as it was in the morning, but then not a very good weather for those who like hot and sunny conditions. See, I wait for the start of this race that I can feel there is tension among these athletes. They know that they are on a mission. In lane number 1, we have Moses Randu of Coast, Samuel Kibet in lane number 2. That is Elkana Chemelil of Nyanza South. Saitoti in lane number 4. David Lokor in lane number 6. Hilary Misiku in lane number 8.
That's the lineup for the men's 400 meters semi-finals, number 2. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, that is a false start. And there are 2 ways to a false start. Either the athlete has made a mistake or there's a technical glitch. And ours is to await the decision of the starter. Ours is to await the decision of the starter. So once again, we appreciate
Samuel Kibet is out.
There you go, lane 2.
In lane number 2.
Samuel Kibet.
For this young man from Central Reach.
Is showing what is called a red card in athletics, meaning
Samuel Kibet,
the athlete is technically out of the race.
Down to 6. The main 400 meters, semi-final number 2. Moses Randu, Chemelil, Saitoti, Jonette, Lokor, Number 5, that is Anthony Shonotti of Western. Number 3, that is Elkana Chemelil of Nyanza South. Really strong this young man. That bend, really strong in the overtaking. Kipketich in lane number 8, but then look at
katika lane ya 3.
it is Chemelil of South Nyanza into we are looking at the time by this young Nyanza South. What is the time? 46.78. He's finishing ahead of Joel Kipgetich of Nairobi.
46 seconds, 78 nuktas.
6.78, well within that qualification time. That is Elkana Chemelil of Nyayo South winning the second semi-final of these 400 meters.
Wandani ukipenda. Asante sana Team Coast, bila shaka inawakinika kwa uzuri kabisa. Kwako mwenzangu Paul katika kutueleza ama kutufahamisha mashindano yanaendelea namna gani na ni shindano lipi linalofuatia hili la mita 400 kitivu cha wanaume. Kwako mwenzangu Paul.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. That was the
Confirmation
from Nyayo South, winning the second semi-finals, men's 400.
David Muhiu.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we want to appreciate the presence of our own senior AK Vice President Paul Mutu, joined at the podium by CEO or Director General of Sports Kenya, and we want to appreciate them. 400 meters, semi-finals, 3. 400 meters semi-finals, 3. Lane 1,
Isaiah Wanje in lane number 1. That is Kelvin Kimutai. David Muhiu. Joseph Lekudu. Gilbert Nyamao of Nyanza South. And that is Sebastian Sinoti and James Lomoi running under the refugees umbrella. Ready for the start of this third semi-final of the 400 meters. Wherever you're watching from, welcome aboard. This is day 1 of the World Under-20 Athletics Trials right here in Nairobi. And there you go, the third semi-final of the 400 meters. And look out in lane number 6, really well. That is Nyamao coming off the blocks very nicely. But then watch out in lane number 3. That is David Muhiu of Central and Kelvin Kimutai. Really close contest, this one. But then it's really fast from Sebastian Kinoti of Southern. Taking that bend in very nicely. That is Sebastian Kinoti of Southern. This young man also representing the refugees, that is Lomoi, ensuring that he's up to speed with Sinoti in lane number 7. So it is James Lomoi coming in really strongly and beating his mark, his closest challenger there, and that is 48.16 by Lomoi. Sebastian Sinoti coming in second. Getting a round of applause there, but 48.16, quite a slow hit this one, won by James Lomoi.
And we're about just to move to the slightly middle distance running. Starting off will be the 3,000 meter steeplechase semi-final number 1, which has the likes of Alex Nzioka.
Once again, we want to appreciate
So, just a correction, this is a 3,000 meter flat, is not a steeplechase. Semi-final number 1. 8 has the likes of Alex Nzioka, Daniel Kinyanjui, Amos Kirui, Evans Kiplagat, Titus Kimaru, Charles Rotich, Andrew Kipto, Dennis Kipruto, Bernard Yegon, Mark Moya, Kibet Ndiwa, Stephen Mwangi, Simon Maiwa, and Felix Kiptarus. We're looking for a time of 8:15 from this one. The steeplechase will be coming in later on today. The steeplechase will be coming on later today, as getting clarity from the production team is that not to forget
3,000 meters flat. 3,000 meters flat.
the steeplechase will be around 1,400 hours. So here goes the 3,000 meter flat. And some bit of tension right there. The team and they require to get some clarity, just ease on the tension. This is not the race where you're expecting a false start. This should be an easy start and go. So there we go. They'll be running 7.5 laps. So the 6 by 400, which will give you 2,400. The 7 by 400 will give you 2,800. Then you have the 200, which they commence with. So as they come to the end point right now, they'll be told they have 7 laps to go. This is a very well-stacked field. Very well-stacked field. Youngest in this field is Titus Kimaru, who's merely 16 years of age. Turned 16 on the 18th of November last year. They're still running as one pack. No one is looking to cause a scare or to put some pressure to anyone. So this being 3,000 meter flat, I've just realized there's a surge ahead by one of the competitors, but it's immediately closed down by the other competitors as they close it immediately. First time they're told 7 laps to go right now. We hold the world record of the World Juniors held by Daniel Komen.
And it's a world record that has stood all the way from 1996.
As they get a feed from the stadium announcer, Daniel Komen's record has been there from 1996.
So the world record has stood since
in the infield there, the field, we have the steeplechase.
the world record for
We have the javelin, not the steeplechase. We have the javelin gun going in the middle of the field, as this 3,000 meter flat is still running as one pack. Five laps to go, 5 laps to go. Very strong field.
Our visitors, as we see them, as they come in, we want to recognize them. And of course, we still have a lot of amazing champions.
The field is being led by Stephen Mwangi. Stephen Mwangi in the leading pack. Four laps to go, 4 laps to go. As much as they're still in one pack, there's a surge up in front right there by Stephen Mwangi, and causing panic the rest of the field, where it's either you keep up with Stephen Mwangi or you forget a qualifier to Cali, Colombia for the 3,000 meter flat. As you got it, the feed I got from the stadium announcer is that this is one championship which Kenya holds the world record that was set by Daniel Komen in the year 1996. Felix Kiptarus leading this. Three laps to go, 3 laps to go. Felix Kiptarus.
Watu sana tulio nao kama nchi ama jamhuri hili letu la Kenya. Mizunguko inasalia kuwa miwili peke yake uwanjani.
So penalty on joining the leading pack, that's Felix Kiptarus and Stephen Mwangi. 800 meters to go, split of 6-8. Right now we're around 700 meters to go. Very good. There's a surge, so we're into 2 groups. In the first group there's also another 2 groups. The first 3 with a slight distance of like 5 meters, with another second group that has 3 people. Another like 7 meters, then there's 1 person. There's a whole 50-meter difference going to 170 that has 3 in a single file. Felix Kiptarus taking lead, going to the bell right now. 400 meters to go, 400 meters to go. That's just very good split. We're looking for a time of 8:15, and I'm looking at seeing that we're way in within that time. the leading pack. The leading pack is going very well into the 200-meter mark. Felix Kiptaru's very good lead there, followed by Bernard Yegon and Stephen Mwangi. Less than 200 meters to go. Very good run. 100 meters to go now. Don't forget that this is a semi-final. And I'm guessing all the faster for to get into the final. Very good run. So all these athletes make a very good time. And as you're saying, we were right in between the qualifying time. So these ones make it to the final that will be taking place tomorrow right here at the Nyayo National Stadium. And the time still keeps winding. Final athlete coming to finalize his race. Very good running right there. Very good time. 8:11 is a very good time of this. And if you're looking for how well to get a sub-8, Greg will tell you these are some of the ways in which you can execute it well. So once you start it off at junior level, going to senior level, it becomes very easy to pursue. We're going straight to the second semi-final.
Get ready for the second semi-final of the 3,000 meters men. Dennis Mutuku, Gideon Kipngetich, Gilbert Kiprotich, Kelvin Kiplagat, Michael Temoy, Robert Kibiwot, Undiek Abel, Reynold Kipkorir of South Rift, Raphael Dabash, Edwin Kimosong, Joseph Njoroge, Junior Muragiri, Ismail Kirui, and Jonathan Chepkoech, all in this one. But afterwards you have the 200 meters hits. semi-finals for both men and women. And that's the start of the 3,000 meters second semi-final. Qualification time, remember, is 8 minutes 15 seconds. Remember, in the last edition, Kenya did not perform really well at the World Championships, with the best Kenyan finishing 7th. That was Daniel Kinyanjui in a race won by Tedese Worku of Ethiopia. So Kenya will be aiming at ensuring that they recapture this title of the men's 3,000 meters. Remember, in the Nairobi event, Worku won in a time of 7 minutes 42.09 seconds, which is the current record held by the Ethiopian. But in this one, we are looking for the finalists, and you can see the pace here is really fast. Michael Temoi, Robert Kibiwot in that pack that is very compact after the 2 laps. The third lap of this 3,000 meters.
Only 5 laps to go. In the 3,000 meters
Laps to go. Certainly a very fast split time here.
Apologies to my colleague right there, Greg Mulemi, had given up some very great insights, then to realize all this was in vain as the mic was off. Greg, would you wish to take us back again, or do we just keep moving on? We have 3 laps to go, very strong field. Slightly 2.5, going to the 2.5 laps to go. Very strong field. I'm looking at 9 athletes, all still stuck together. Now going to 8 as one is being dropped off. Ondeki Abel with the lead right there, coming to the 800-meter mark. 2 laps to go, 800-meter mark. All in the knowledge that the next time they'll be passing there, they'll be coming for the bell. Greg, that's some inspiration, especially that the weather is cool and bit calm for an athlete not as hot as Nairobi is on a normal day.
Yeah, certainly, and of course this is affecting the times also because of the fluctuating weather patterns in this part of Nairobi. And Abel Ondieki is still leading there. You can see the young man is really strong as we have 1.5 laps to go in this race. Abel Ondieki, remember, comes from Nyanza South. 2005, 4th of July born, this young man, Abel Ondieki. Edwin Kim Song also in the mix. Jonathan Chepkoech of Nairobi also hurrying there, and you can see Ondieki leading there on the bell. On the inside is also this young man from Nairobi coming in very strongly, but then Abel Ondieki still leading there. The problem is, will he maintain that? But he seems to be very strong heading into the last lap of this one, the 200 meters to go. And Abel Ondieki leading there. Jonathan of Nairobi, Kipkoech coming in strongly. It's now between Kipkoech and Ondieki, and Kipkoech on the inside coming in very strongly and overtaking Ondieki on the bend. And this is very interesting. What will be the time posted by this young man? It's 7 minutes 51.76 seconds, which is very fast. .76 is the time. This is really fast. We talked about Worku's time here in Nairobi. Well. Worku posted a time of 7 minutes 42.09, which is the current record in this distance. But 7:51.76 is equally very, very fast. Jonathan Chepkoech winning that one, which is a very, very fast time. So we are waiting for the 200 meters women semi-final. 3 hits there. Also the men 200 meters semi-final coming up. We will be getting ready for the start of the 3,000 meters women 2 semi-finals here. Irene James, Iska Chelangat, Marion Chepngetich, Judith Chepkoech, Nancy Cherop, Diana Cherotich, Jane Gatti, Ruomba Winavin, Penaina Mukomene, Faith Jebet, Diana Chepto, Bena Yego, Miriam Gadoni. Sorry, that is the 3,000 meters women semi-final. It will be coming on later, but then I'm being reminded of the race in hand. The 200 meters heat number 1. The 200 meters women heat number 1, we have Paradise Akot, Rebecca Juma, Carlton Sambu, Daisy Chepngetich, Elina Jumwa, Janes Machoka, and Ann Mbatha of North Rift. Those are the athletes preparing for the 200 meters heat number 1. That is in lane number 1. We have Paradise Okoth of Nyanza North. In lane number 2 is Rebecca Juma. In lane number 3 is Kalta Nasambu. In lane number 4, Daisy Chepngetich of South Rift. Elina Jumwa of Nyanza South in lane number 6. And in lane number 7, Ann Batia. That is Daisy Chepngetich, South Rift. Elina Juma of Coast. Ines Matoka of Nyanza South. We have Ann Mbatha of North Rift in lane number 7. The women 200 meters, heat number 1. Coming out strongly in lane number 5 is Elina Juma, of course, but then watch out for Janice Machoka of Nyanza South storming in to victory. And what will be the time? 25.92 is the time posted by Janice Machoka of Nyanza South, just finishing ahead of Paradise Okoth of Nyanza North in that one. That is the first hit of the women 200 meters. The second hit of this one, Naomi Wanjala, Diana Kisa, Quinta Samba, Masi Cherop, Beatrice Nyanchoka, Sandra Jepchumba, Jacqueline Mikayo, and Asla Kerubo. That is Eric Baraza. Taking those beautiful photos as we await for the start of this one, the 200 meters women heat number 2. Remember, the finals of these 200 meters will be held tomorrow right here at the Nyayo National Stadium. Diana Kisa in lane number 2. She'll be trying to make amends after being disqualified in the 100 meters. Sandra Chepchumba of North Rift in lane number 6. Jacqueline Mikayo of Southern in lane number 7, and Asla Kerubo completing that lineup. So it is the women semi-final number 2 of the 100 meters. And there you go. Watch out for Diana Kisa in lane number 2. Really fast heading into the 100 meters. That is Diana Kisa in lane number 2. Coming in, but then watch out for Jacqueline Mikayo coming in very strongly. She will be winning this one. 25.71 is the time. Jacqueline Mikayo just finishing ahead of Beatrice Nyanchoka of South Rift. That is the second semi-final of the women 200 meters.
The third women's 200 meters heat. Heat 3 of the women's 200 meters.
Heat number 3, there is Damaris Nduleve of Southern. She'll be running in lane number 1. Wilfrida Chepkoech, Stella Aspita, Sheila Makungu, Sarah Orobi, and Silista Kemunto.
Ukiwa tayari hapo nieleze haya. 200 meters, lane 1, Damaris Duleve, Southern. Lane 2, Wilfrida Chekoet, Nairobi. Stella Asipa, Central Rift. Sheila Mapungu, North Rift. Lane 5, Sarah Oropi, Nyanza South. Lane 6, Celista Kemunto, Nairobi.
The third semi-final of the 200 meters almost underway, with Damaris Nduleva in lane number 1, Winfrida Chepkoech in lane number 2, Stella Aspita of Central Rift in lane number 3, Sheila Makungu of North Rift in lane number 4, Sarah Orobi of Nyanza South in lane number 5, and Celista Kemunto. And there we go. No hiccups this time round. And then watch out in lane number 3. That is Aspita coming in very well. Sheila Makungu of North Rift coming in very strongly. Damaris Nduleve also trying so hard, but then Wilfrida Chepkoech of Nairobi, 26.45 is the time posted. Winning hit number 3 of this one. Quite a slow time posted by Wilfrida Chepkoech. Remember, the qualification set time is 22.40, so quite some work to do by these athletes heading into the final to be held here tomorrow. Slow times, Willie Wex, and they got some work to do heading into the final.
A lot of work to be done, Greg. Considering these are juniors, there's a lot that can be done. They can, how well they climb, how well do you set your foot on the ground, body movement. I believe the coaches have their work cut out going into both the finals and going into the Under-20 championship. So these ones, they'll need to improve on a lot of things, and hopefully sooner or later, before the championships, they'll be in a better shape. And turning the heat, we move to the men's heat 1 of is what I'm getting clarity from is that all these are either a final or a semi-final. Then if it's a semi, the finals take place tomorrow. So we start off with the men's 200 meters finals, semi-finals, heat number 1. This has the likes of Joseph Lepatei, Daniel Simiyu, Brian Zai, Hesbon Kiboi, Patrick Kimani, Gilbert Nyamu, Thomas Saitoti, and Elkanah Chemelil. We have 3 semifinals for these ones. I believe the first 2 in the 3 heats, and then the 2 of the fastest losers. So the lanes as stipulated is lane 1, Joseph Lepatei, lane 2, Daniel Simiyu. As from the screen you can see lane 7, Thomas Saitoti, and lane 8, Elkanah Chemelil. Not forget that Daniel Simiyu is at lane number 2, Brian Zai is at lane number 3, and Hezron Kiboi has lane number 4. As you await the start of this race, this is the first of 3. First of 3. First of 3 semi-finals. 200 meter men. There was some mishap on that one, and there was no clarity on what will happen. We'll await the officials to give us clarity on the reaction time, on whether someone reacted faster or whether there was an issue with the equipment. So the officials, having already checked and concluded, and here Here is the feedback, and straight up, a yellow card is issued out. Lane number 3, Brian Zai. Brian Zai will not be part of this race, having been disqualified because of an infringement. There was an infringement as the commencement of that race. Now we move to the start of this one. And here we go. Here we go. And hoping that we don't have an instance where someone is. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Looking into the lanes. Looking into the lanes. I'm looking at second lane, Daniel Simiu. Daniel Simiu with a very good turn at the 100-meter mark. And also at lane number 5, not forgetting Joseph Lepate coming in hard from the other end. And I think he pulled a hamstring right there, finishing off second, right behind Daniel Simiu. That was Joseph Lepate. Very good running in the first semi. Very good, very good, very good running right there by Daniel Simiu and Joseph Lepate. I hope Joseph gets some attention and is able to be there for the final, as he had a very good last 50 meters into that hit. Now moving into the second hit. This one has Jonathan Wambua, Shadrack Wasilwa, Peter Dome, Stephen Watoro, Samuel Kibet, Nixon Gitonga, Peter Munyere, and Daniel Odhiambo. We're looking for a time of 21:40, 21:40, 21:40. 200-meter record is held by Usain Bolt, set at a time of 19.19. I'll be consulting with Greg Gamulemi to tell me on the timings of the juniors, the record for the under-20 at this particular race of the 200-meter. We hope that the athletes are more relaxed, having seen a disqualification happening in the previous race. Brian Zai was disqualified in the previous hit. Hopefully that this one goes without any hitch. Goes without any hitch. And if you look at the lanes, Jonathan Wambua, lane 1. Lane 2 has Shadrack Wasilwa from North Rift. Lane 3, it has Peter Dome from Coast. Lane 4 has Stephen Watoro, Western. Lane 5, Samuel Kibet coming from Central Rift. Lane 6 has Nixon Gitonga from Eastern. And then lane 7 has the one and only Peter Munyere from Central. And to wind it up, we have the one and only Daniel Odhiambo, born on 6th of July, 2004, from Nyanza North. Hoping for an easy, smooth run from this semi-final. Looking for a time of 21:40. as we await the officials to wait for the athletes to be comfortable for the commencement of this race. There was another infringement. There was an infringement, and we'll await the officials to give us clarity on what happened, whether it's a technical or whether it's an athlete's fault. Let's await for the official communication. As we have on the replay, just looking at the reaction time as you await the official communication, and right there is the officials marching forward to issue out reprimand for the infringement, either a green card to all the athletes or a straight red card to the athlete who's gone against the principles of the race, and that is lane 7, Peter Munyere, who's been disqualified and will not be taking part in this semi-final. Very good start right there. Very good start right there. Very good start right there. I'm looking at lane 1 and 2 where we have Wambua and Wasilwa. Very good. Whoa. Shadrach Wasilwa just gets into a second gear and goes past Jonathan Wambua. Shadrach Wasilwa, not forgetting that he did some awesome running in the 100 meters earlier today, where he had a very good run. He had some good timing of a 10.8 in the 100 meters, and being able to do a 21.9. He's heading the right direction. Some technique to adjust going into this. Greg, what are the timings from the World Championships on this race?
I'm looking at the timings in this race. Still quite some work our lads have to do, and I'm looking at Shadrach Wasilwa. He still has some work to do, especially in the final 10 meters. But this young man is proving to be the real deal in these trials. Remember, earlier on today, he won the 100 meters in a time of 10.86, and confirmed supremacy in the 200 meters. So watch out for this young man. Jonathan Wambua also coming in strongly. Remember, Jonathan Wambua is from Southern. That is how it went in the second semi-final of the 200 meters. Remember, we are going to go under innocent ban of representing the refugees in lane number 1, Samuel number 2. Kipchanga or Western and Danson Tibet. The 200 meters, of course, is an event that Kenya has not really excelled in the last few years, but then after the discovery of Africa's fastest man, that is Ferdinand Omanyala, you could feel that many athletes are also coming up well in this discipline, and for sure, you never know, there might be 2 or 3 who will be coming into this one in future assignments. Remember, in the ladies category, Shakari Richardson still has the fastest time in this one, set in Texas in 2019. But then Christine Mboma, I don't know if she'll be fit for the championships. She suffered a hamstring at the Cape Keno Classic. I'll be contacting one of my friends in Namibia to confirm that in a few. But then these athletes have really proved their worth here, and we are into the last semi-final of this one. Innocent Taban, Samuel Eko, Christian Awor, Ben Kibet, Hamisi Rua, Maxwell Kipchanga, and Danson Kibet. And there you go, clean and smooth. 4 athletes racing to find out who will go to the final. And watch out in lane number 2. That is Samuel Eko coming in very, very strongly. But then in lane number 7, that is Kipchanga Maxwell coming in. But then this will be won by Samuel Eko of Central. 22.87 is the time posted by this young man.
Still not convincing in terms of timing, because that was a 22.8, a very slow semi-final compared to the one that had Wasilwa. So this one ends at a time 22.8, taken by Samuel Eko. We'll await how that final will be tomorrow as we move to the 3,000 women semi-final. Same to the men's scenario, where this is a 3,000 meter flat and not a steeple chase. So there's no going over hurdles and not going over the water jump. So at the same time, the discus men will be taking place at the center of the field. So, discus men is about to commence. 3,000 meter women's semi-final number 1. Expecting 14 athletes to be part of it. I'm looking at one of the youngest, being Judith Chepkoech, who's just 16 years of age. Also, Penina Mkomene, who's also 16 years of age. For Penina is actually, she's still 15 until the month of September is when she turns 16. Hoping that age difference is not a factor for them to be worried, because if you're good, you're good, and this is still juniors. Before you go to seniors, how well you perform on this one determines how well you perform as it forms a basis going into the senior level. So the lineup has Irene James, Iska Chelangat, Marion Chemgetich, Jenny Chepkoech, Nancy Cherop, Diana Cherotich, Jen Gatti, Ruomba Winavin, Penina Mkomene, Faith Chebet, Jana Chepto, Pena Yego, Miriam Gadoni, and Ann Wanjiro from Central. Looking forward to see who is able to peep the rest at this 3,000 meter flat, not a steeplechase. We're expecting the qualifying time is a 9:32. This is a semi-final. If you don't hit the time, you have a final to go into and try and match that performance. Greg, We only have 2 semifinals in the 3,000 meter flat. Were you expecting more?
Certainly not, because the vetting that has been done has ensured that these athletes that are in this place are of pedigree and the ones that can help in ensuring that gold is brought back to Kenya in the 3,000 meters women. And out of this, in the first heat I can see 14, and the second heat we have another 14, 28 athletes. I believe that a very, very strong field of athletes will be chosen from here, and that is the start of the 3,000 meter steeplechase, not steeplechase really, but a flat one. Irene James, Iska Chelangat, Marion Chepngetich, Judith Chepkoech, Nancy Cherop, Diana Cherotich, Jane Gatti, Rwomba Wivanine, Penina Mukomene, Faith Chebet, Diana Chepto, Bena Yego, Miriam Gathoni in this one.
Irene Nyambura, Central, Lucy Jerry. Those are the finalists for the women 400 meters tomorrow. 1,500 meters men. Finalists for 1,500 meters men. Anthony Kimutai, North Rift, Joshua Kikurui, Central Rift, Victor Kikurui, Central Rift, Stephen Masidet, Coast, Daniel Nyayo, Central Rift, Daniel Kosen.
Remember, the world champion is Jacqueline Chepkoech of Kenya, who won in Nairobi in a time of 9 minutes 27.40 seconds. Zerfe Wanda Magenen of Ethiopia came in second, with Faith Cherotich of Kenya coming in third. So Kenya will be out. That was the steeplechase timings rather for last time, but in the 3,000 meters flat, Yelena Ramanova still holds the record set in 1981. We have the likes of Cynthia Baire, second in all-time rankings in this one. From the 2021 World Athletics Championships, Triza Mudhoni Gateri won it, by the way, with Zena Jamutai finishing second ahead of Melkat Wudu of Ethiopia. Remember, last year we had 116 national associations participating in the World Under-20 Championships that were officially opened by Kenya's President Uhuru Kenyatta at the Kasarani Stadium. 958 athletes took part, and it was an event that many people talked about. We had the likes of Tina Clayton, Christina Mboma, Imabong Nse Uko setting Kasarani ablaze with very, very, very good performances. As I said, the current world champion is Triza Mudhoni Gateri, who won in a time of 8 minutes 57.78 seconds. 4 laps to go. Three and a half laps to go in this one. Diana Cherotich leading there. Nancy Cherop also in the mix. 2 laps to go, 1 athlete down. Remember, the top 2 athletes will make it to the finals to be held tomorrow. Diana Cherotich still leading there. Marion Chepngetich in second place as we head into the last 800 meters of this one. Marion Chepngetich of Central Rift. Diana Cherotich also in the mix, and Faith Chebet also coming in strongly.
4 leading athletes with 2 laps to go in the 3,000 meters flat. Iska Chelangat from Nairobi, Yuko Pane, Marion Chepngetich. Central Rift, Yuko Pane, Nancy Cherop, North Rift.
So it's down to 4. Iska Chelangat, Marion Chepngetich, Diana Cherotich, and Nancy Cherop. And it is Marion Chepngetich still in the lead in this one.
2 laps to go, David Asante. 2 laps to go, women's 3,000 meters flat. Chelangat, Chepngetich, Cherop, Cherotich, Chebet.
Heading into the bell are the 4 athletes.
3,000 meters.
Into the last lap. Taking on the bell is Diana Cherotich leading. Marion Chepngetich also hanging on there, Nancy Cherop, and Iska Chelangat, the 4 athletes in that leading pack. Iska Chelangat in 3rd place, and it's really, really close. Coming into the last bend of this one. It is Nairobi versus Central Rift. That is Chelangat versus Chepngetich. Very, very confident run from these 2 athletes. And it is Marion Chepngetich winning that one in a time 9 minutes 12 seconds.
9 minutes 12 seconds.
It's Nancy Cherop winning that one in 9 minutes 12.79 seconds. Marion Chepngetich coming in second place.
Wanakwenda kwa uzuri. Tuzidi kuwapa makofi ya motisha wanapozidi kumaliza. Kumbuka ni vijana wadogo tu. Hapa ndipo wanapikwa katika kutayarishwa kufanya vizuri katika yale mashindano ya siku za usoni. Kumbuka hawa ndio mabingwa wa kesho. Hawa ndio watakaowarithi wale wanariadha wetu ambao tunawaita seniors kwa sasa. Hawa ndio wanakuja kuingia katika hizo viatu. Maanake wale wanariadha wetu seniors watakapostaafu, basi inakuwa kuna mianya na nyufa ya kukosa wanariadha wanaofanya vizuri. Na ndio sababu muhimu na kubwa kabisa kuweza kuyaandaa mashindano ya vijana katika kuhakikisha wale
Alice Chemutai, Mary Mutero, Otuke Christine, Joylin Chepkemoi, Miriam Chemutai, Faith Kimutai, Margaret Ngoiri, Joyce Wanjiru, and Betty Chelangat, all in this one. 7.5 laps of running as they go towards the first lap. Remember, we also have other field events like the long jump. The discus and hammer. There you go, completing the second lap of this one. There's still nothing much to separate these athletes as they head into the third lap of this race. Viola Chelagat leading the second semi-final of the 3,000 meters. Viola Jelagat from Central Rift looking strong there as head into remember there's the final tomorrow of this race, so most semi-finals will be held today. Remember, after this we have the 800 meters hits for both men and women, and we'll be waiting to see what happens. Betty Chelangat there in second place. Joylin Chepkemoi of South Rift leading there with Betty Chelangat in second place as we head into the latter stages of this one. Chepkemoi having a 2-meter lead ahead of Betty Chelangat, and they take the bell. Joylin Chepkemoi of South Rift, Betty Chelangat in second place in the last lap of this race. Betty Chelangat having a comfortable lead there as we head into the last 200 meters of this race. Joylin Chepkemoi of South Rift having a very comfortable lead ahead of Betty Chelangat of South Rift. Both athletes from the same region, that is Joylin Chepkemoi and Betty Chelangat, as they run towards the tape, and it will be Joylin Chepkemoi winning this one, 9.05. Betty Chelangat coming in second place. Heading towards the business end of events, the 800 meters men. We have 3 semi-finals.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of the women's 3,000 meters flat. So once again,
the first semi-final of the women 800 meters. Margaret Nassarian, Nelly Jepchirchir, Sarah Chepkosgei, Sharon Chepkosgei, Alexina Boera, Evelyn Chepkoech, Sharon Chepkemei, Shamila Jebet, Triza Washira, and Judy Kemunto of South Rift.
Kati ya wale waliohitimisha mbio hizi za shindano la mita 300 kitivo cha kinadada. Jambo zuri kabisa. Ana basi, baada ya shindano hili la mita 3,000 kutamatika, ni kutoa nafasi kwa shindano linalofuata ambalo si lingine ila ni la mita first semi-final. Women 800
Remember, qualification standard time set for the 800 meters women is 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
Semi-finali ya kwanza, shindano la mita 800 ndilo shindano linalofuata, na bila shaka bado kitambo kidogo tu shindano hilo litakuwa linaanza. Na basi nampisha mwenzangu Paul Kikemo aweze kuendelea.
800 meters semi-finals. 800 meters semi-finals. Lane 1. Margaret Nasaria, Southern. Lane 2. Lane Chipchirchir, Central Rift.
Nimemaliza hata there is no
Okay, for restart. And there we go, the 800 meters semi-final number 1. Watch out for the likes of Nelly Chepchirchir, Sarah Chepkosgei, Sharon Chepkosgei, Alexina Boera, Evelyn Chepkoech, Shamila Jebet, Triza Washira, and Judith Kemunto. Will they do Amora in this one? 2 grueling laps here. Slowing a bit on that bend. Heading into the bell. Nothing much to separate these athletes. Sharon Chepkemei. Nelly Chepchirchir coming in very strongly here. Chepchirchir. And she will be winning very, very comfortably. Look at how she is heading into the finishing line. This is a very, very confident run from Sheila Nelly Chepchirchir of Central Rift. She led from start to finish and must be looking forward for the finals. 2 minutes 5.72 seconds. Well within the mark set for qualification. And that is the first semi-final of the 800 meters.
Very good run in the first semi-final by Nyayo Jepchirchir. Doing a very good time of 2:05.72. As the medics are doing their best to look after an athlete who's not in a good state, we hope all the best to the athlete. We hope all the best to the athlete as we prepare for the second semi-final. The second semi-final. First semi-final was very fast with a very good push by Nyayo Jepchirchir. Nel Chepkomoy at lane number 2. Janet Wafula, lane number 3. Sharon Cheruto at lane number 6, representing Western. Lane 7, Millicent Wafula. Brenda Chebet at lane number 8.
And of course, lane 1 is
Florence Chepkoech is at lane number 1. And here we go. Whoa, slow start right there by Nalvin Chepkemoy. He wasn't sure whether the race had started or not. Taking into the first turn, and right from this point they're able to come into the inner lane from a single file, or whichever way you're comfortable in pursuing it, you take it as you can. At the 200-meter mark, that's now reading 600 meters to go. Very good run. It's a single file. Brenda Chebet taking the lead of this one. Going the bell at 102, taking the bell at 102. Brenda Chebet, is she aiming for a gun to tip? Or what is the scenario right here? .300 meters to go. Brenda Chebet looking very comfortable as she pursues, going into the 200-meter mark, heading into the 200-meter mark. Janet Ofula coming in second. Brenda Chebet with a very good push. Janet Ofula at second. Now going into the 100-meter mark. I'm looking at the split at 151, 152. This looks like a fast race. Will it be faster than the other one? And Brenda Chebet with 50 meters to go. Very good pursuit. I'm thinking it's going to be not as fast as the first one, but good run by Brenda Chebet. 2:08.28. Brenda Chebet and Janet Ofula taking in second. That was a very good 800 meters right there, being taken by Brenda Chebet and followed not as close by Janet Ofula. Going into the first semi-final for men.
Lane 6, Kelvin Kimutai, Western. Lane 6, Kennedy Kimutai, South Rift. Lane 7,
Amos Kerry, lane number 7.
Lane 8, Robert
Kimutai at lane 8. We start into the first men's 800 meters semi-final. Oh, there was a whole mess at the start. I can presume there'll be a disqualification as there's not clear use of the lanes by one of the athletes as he moved across right in front of his co-athletes, getting into the 200 meter mark after a very good run, very good push, heading into the 100 meter mark. That will be 500 meters to go. Very good push right there. As they head into the bell, right there, Koitalo Kitasi taking lead, and now it's a matter of who has the best push. As we look at how well they're looking for making it into the finals that will be taking place tomorrow. Around 250 meters to go. Koitalo Kitasi is still taking lead at the 200 meter mark, but I'm seeing a surge coming from the back, and now everyone is looking for a position to make it to the finals that will be taking place tomorrow. Eli Kibet, Koitalo Kitasi, and a very good, very good push. Very good push right there. Very good push right there. As we look at Robert Kimutai and Eli Kibet taking lead into this one. Very good run. I'm not sure whether that's Eli Kibet or Koitalo Kitasi, but what we know is Robert Kimutai came in second for this meet. At a time of 1:48, 48. Not forgetting that the world record for the 800 meters is held by son of the soil, David Lekuta Rudisha. One of our very own, as we go into the second 800 meter semi-final.
So once again, we have 3 semi-finals of this amazing 800 meters. Once again, we have a huge number of turnouts for these 800 meters. Men, qualifying time for the 800 meters.
Going into the second semi-final. Lane 1, Brian Mwange. Lane 2, Jackton Kipkoskei. Lane 3, Noah Kibet. Lane 4, Edwin Some. Lane 5, Joseph Oguta. Lane 6, Anthony Shonoti. Lane 6-1, Justice Jim Quiet. So just confirmation. Lane 1 is Brian Mwangwe. Jackton Kipkoskei takes lane 2. Noah Kibet takes lane 3. Edwin Some takes in lane 4 from North Rift. Yes, lane 5 there is no one. Lane 6, Tony Chinoti.
6.1 Justice Kipkoskei, South Rift. Lane 7 Shadrach Tuitae, Central.
Shadrach Titoet takes lane
Lane
7.
8, Collins Biwott, Central Rift.
And lane 8, Collins
And
Biwott.
lane 8.1,
He is
Gilbert
known at lane
Rono,
8.1.
South Rift. Starter.
For time that will beat the previous time, that was 1:48. And here we go. Who's going to look for the turn? Who takes the lead as they come into the inner lane? And you go in so you can set the pace. You can be the one determining how fast everyone goes. Gives me a glimpse of the 2012 Olympics that took place in London with David Rudisha. So coming at the 100-meter mark, I'm looking on the outer lane is Brian Mwange, but the lead is being held right there by Noah Kibet. So Brian Mwange from Southern doing a heavy push right on the shoulder of Noah Kibet, and Brian Mwange now takes the lead. Now this is an instance where we have 300 meters to go. Has he gone early? Only time will tell, as there's a surge coming in, going into the 200-meter mark. Will Brian Mwange be able to maintain? Brian Mwange, do we maintain? But right on his shoulder, right above his right shoulder, he's getting pressure. But Brian Mwange, determined to make it to tomorrow's final, is pushing and pushing. But one thing, and Brian Mwange still able to keep a surge, and in very good comfort, right there, in very good comfort is Collins Biwott, Brian Mwange, and Collins Biwott taking 1-2 in this second semi-final. 151-24. Slightly slower compared to the first semi-final. Coming up next is the third semi-final, 800 meters men. This is the World Under-20 Championships trials for Team Kenya. Only one semi-final left in this 800-meter semi-final. And now here we go into the last semi-final of the 800 meters. Lane 1, Evans Koskei. We're looking at the fixture and confirming all the positions.
Lane 6, Victor Otieno, Nyanza North. Lane 6.1, Felix Kiprok, Central Rift. Lane 7, Brian Kiptum, North Rift. Lane 8, Maxwell Kapchanga, Western. And lane 8.1, Vincent
Momanyi will be in lane 8. Trying to just look at this starting lineup as we await the official. Someone needs to inform Ivan Skoske that for this one you do not need to go into scoring position. Very strong run there by Robert Kimutai. who's pushing to take lead into this first lap. Robert Kimutai with a very good lead as they take into water bend, coming into the 100-meter mark. They'll be having 500 meters to go. This is a race which is being led by the one and only Robert Kimutai from Nyanza South. And there goes the bell. There goes the bell. And I'm looking at Maxwell Kapchanga, Vincent Mumanyi, looking at Robert Kimutai and wondering, why are you not pushing us further? So here goes the last 300 meters of this race. Robert Kimutai hanging in there. The race is already opened up. It's 8 of those first 3 who's taking this one. I'm not talking about position 2 or 3, but I'm saying whoever wins it will be coming from that first group. Robert Kimutai there with a stumble, but he's still able to get his composure. So Brian Kiptum there with Robert Kimutai. A very good push. Don't forget, this is a semi-final, so first to make an automatic 1-2. So Lawi Kiplangat 151.79 is the time. 151.79. That was the last 800-meter semi-final. That was won in the time of 151.79.
Women finalists. Nyanza North, Sarah Oropi, Nyanza South.
Very good run right there in the last semi-final of the 800-meter men's semi-final. Just a reminder, this is the qualifiers of the World Championships Under-20 category for Team Kenya. This event will be taking place in Cali, Colombia from the 1st to the 6th of August 2022. South American country of Colombia. Going right next is the 3,000 meter. This is the steeplechase, not a flat. This is the steeplechase. This is the 3,000 meter steeplechase semi-final 1.
$3,000 meters steeplechase just about to start. Please give us a signal once you're ready to start the men's 3,000 meters steeplechase.
What I'm very good at now is to check on some of the youngest coming into these pictures, considering he's an under-20. I'm quite impressed when I'm seeing the 15-year-olds taking part in this one. So with this semi-final, we have Edward Mutunga, Enoch Kipkorir, Evans Kipkosgei, Seko, Alan Kiplagat, Edward Serem, Aaron Kibet, Emmanuel Ofula, Ruben Ngirion, Samson Kipyegon. These are the starters for this 3,000 meter steeplechase semi-final 1. And here we go.
Of the men's 3,000 meters semi-finals number 1, started by none other than former world champion Isabella from National Police Service.
Picking up from the stadium announcer that the race was started off by Isabella Otiti, former world champion.
7.5 laps on the track.
So here we go, 7 laps to go, and right there they get their
Kenya
first
has
hurdle.
dominated over the years. Kenya was only beaten for the first time in the steeplechase in Tokyo 2020. 2021 Tokyo
race. There's a whole battle already. There's an athlete who's been dropped off. An athlete who's been dropped off. He's right behind the back.
Since 1968 Olympic Games, when Amos
This is the first time they go over the water hurdle. This is the first time. It's a tricky place. You have to be very strategic when you're going here. Watch out for fellow athletes. You avoid someone stepping on you or you stepping on someone. So it's a big tricky one. You have to be very technical. You have to be very smart when you're executing the hurdle. So right now, everyone goes over the hurdle well.
1988 Olympics
into
Julius Correa
6 laps
won
to
it
go.
in 8 minutes 5 seconds.
Very good jump over the
1992
hurdle.
Olympics, Ruben was 1992 Matthew Berlin won it. 1996 Olympic Games.
Six laps to go. With 6 laps to go, or what you can say, more like 5.5 laps to go. This is the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase semi-final one. We've dominated this field in the World Juniors, where we do not take any quote-unquote prisoners. We get there and we push. We get there and we push. This is one race which has produced some of the greatest steeplechase runners, as the one and only Ezekiel Kemboi. It's already a surge with 5 laps to go. It's a very good surge with 5 laps to go. The race is moderate now. Time is moderate. The one at the head is maintaining a very good steady speed. I'm guessing there'll be a surge at 3 or 2 laps to go, but as of now, with 5 laps to go, speed is moderate as they're going through the water jump, the hurdle. Skip Koskei is taking the lead. Even Skip Koskei with the lead. Emmanuel Ofula coming in second. As they keep pushing and pushing, Emmanuel Ofula now taking the lead. 4 laps to go, still 4 laps to go, or what we can say 3.5 laps to go. Is an exchange in the lead between Emmanuel Ofula and Evans Kip Koskei. The water hurdle tactic, I've noticed that Evans, for Ofula, he does not step on the hurdle going over the water point. He goes over it as they come into last hurdle before you get the next distance that you need to pursue. 3 laps to go is what they're being told right now, I'm expecting a surge. I'm expecting a surge in the next few, as this we may not just remain as it is, as the speed has really slowed down. 3 laps to go. Emmanuel Afula with the lead, followed by Ivan Skipkoskei. The team is still pushing and pushing. The leading pack has 3, and right behind them is 1 athlete, and then like 5 meters later there's another athlete. As they keep pushing and pursuing, here we go over the water hurdle. As I stated, Emmanuel Afula goes over the hurdle at the water jump without touching, without stepping on the hurdle, as is customary with most of these other athletes. Here we go, as about to hit the 800-meter mark, 800-meter mark. And as I stated, I'm expecting a surge, as this is 800 meters to go. We have 2 laps to determine who's going to Cali in Colombia to represent Team Kenya and who remains here at home. So it's all about a pursue and push. The leading pack of 3 is going on steady. Speeds are moving well. Good push, good management of the race. Manuel Afula with a good lead right there ahead of Ivan Skipkoskei. Right over the water hurdle as they come. 100 meters to go before they get notification or before the bell goes, as I indicated. I'm super sure. But not forgetting that this is a semi-final. So as much as the bell, here goes the bell, as much as the bell goes, there's not much these athletes are expected to push, as this is more of a semi-final. The first 3 do understand that they're automatically into the final, but there is also what we have bragging rights going into the last 250 or so meters of this race, with the going into the second last hurdle, which is the water hurdle. So here goes the last time they go over the water hurdle, and here comes, as we're looking for the bragging rights. And how you jump this hurdle determines whether you go well or you don't. And it's a very good push between the one and only Emmanuel Afula and Ivan Skipkoskei. Good run, 8:41.88. This being the first semi-final, there is only one more race. Only one more race. The last will be the second semi-final. The second semi-final will be the last race of this day. Last of this race. The last athletes to go over the finish line as we go into the last semi-final. First semi-final was finished in a time of 8:41.88. Tell us where you're watching us from across the world. We've been glad to interact with all of you throughout this whole session. It's been a very good day. Not forgetting that this is day 1. We're here again tomorrow for day 2 of this World Under-20 Championships trials at Nyayo Stadium. For those who wish to join us, you know there are no charges for this meet. Just bring yourself, dress warm, and just enjoy watching the juniors. This is the future of Kenyan athletics. A nation that loves athletics this much, you need to know who you'll be cheering tomorrow and not only who you're cheering for today. We're going into the last race of the day, which is the 3,000 meter steeplechase semi-final number 2. Looking at this fixture, we have Solomon Mutuku from Southern, Elias Kipkorir from Nairobi, Venances Kiruak from Central Rift, Edwin Kibiwad North Rift, John Ewoy, and here we go. This is the last race of the day, but not forgetting that this is not the last race of these trials, because mostly today we've been having semi-finals and tomorrow is when we have the finals. So starting off the last race, which is the steeplechase trial, looking at who will make it into the final that will be taking place tomorrow. Not forgetting the first two in the finals make it to Team Kenya, to represent Team Kenya at the championships taking place in Cali, Colombia from the 1st to the 6th of August 2022. As they go over the hurdles, everyone and here comes the first time they go over the water point. A very good surge, you can see the front fork. Joash Ruto with the lead. A good push and a good pursuit. And slaying there as Joash Ruto is determined to keep it pushing and pushing and pushing as they come to the water hurdle for the second time. And over they go. No incidents at the water hurdle. Edwin Kibiwad joining Joash Ruto. In the lead team with 5 laps to go, 5 laps to go. Joash Ruto still with the lead. And going into going into the water hurdle. Over the hurdle they go. Josh Ruto still taking lead. Don't forgetting that he's right there with Edwin Kibiwot. And I'm seeing and joining the leading pack is Peter Rono with bib number 315. So we have Josh Ruto, Edwin Kibiwot, and Peter Rono. And as it stands, they look like they're losing their competitors who are trailing them, and the gap is getting bigger and bigger. 4 laps to go. 4 laps to go. What you can say, 3.5 laps to go as they go over the water hurdle. It's a very good pursuit and a good surge. Peter Rono and Edwin Kibiwot taking the lead from Josh Ruto. Three laps to go, 3 laps to go. Peter Rono, Edwin Kibiwot, Josh Ruto. As they keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. Going over the water hurdle. A very good push. Edwin Kibiwot, Peter Rono, and Josh Ruto. Peter Rono behind Edwin Kibiwot as they keep pushing in. Josh Ruto as they pursue the final surge into with 800 meters to go. And there's another surge right there at the head, the front, where Edwin Kibiwot and Peter Rono have decided this race. They've taken it away from Josh Ruto, who's now running a distant third and also at risk of losing his third position. This second last time these two are going over that hurdle as they come to the bell. And here we go into the last 400 meters of this race. The two, Edwin Kibiwot and Peter Rono, pushing and pushing. Josh Ruto has ensured that he's maintaining his third position, and he's also done a surge to ensure he's not being pipped to it. Less than 230 meters to go. They go into the third last hurdle as they approach the water point. The water hurdle. This is a very good run by the two. They know automatically they've both made it into the finals that will be taking place tomorrow as they come now into the last hurdle. Very good run. And it's more of bragging rights as they're just maintaining very good ease into the end of that race in a time of 8:39.13, which is slightly faster than the previous. Faster than the previous semi-final, which was at 8:41. All those who managed to join us today, this was day one of the World Under-20 Championships trials, as we're looking at the selection of Team Kenya. Most, if not all, as today we had only one final, which, no, we had a couple of finals as we start of the day. The shot put men, the hurdles men, the 5,000 meters men. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow for the ending of these qualifiers as we look on how well to get the selection of the best of the Team Kenya at the World Under-20 Championships taking place in Cali, Colombia. Thank you very much for joining us. See you again tomorrow.